We come to this place for magic. We come to Duck Sanford Stadium to laugh, to cry, to care, because we need that, all of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the sun begins to set and we go somewhere we've never been before. Not just entertained, but somehow reborn. Together. Amazing plays on a crisp green field. Cheers that I can feel. Somehow, heartbreak feels good in a place like this. Our team feels like the best part of us, and plays feel perfect and powerful, because here they are. Duck Sanford Stadium. We make football better.
Hello everyone and welcome to AHS Countdown. I'm your host Reese Kinder, joined by my co-host James Tippins. James, how are we doing today?
Doing great, Reese. Excited for this matchup between Auburn and Central.
Yeah, like you said, big matchup between Auburn and Central, but we're going to get right into it now. For last week's performance from Auburn, homecoming game, Auburn won 41-7 against the Moody Blue Devils. Solid performance from quarterback Casey Myers, using his arms and his legs yet again, and Auburn's defense was able to look pretty good as well.
Yeah, the defense stepped up in a big way. All until the fourth quarter, no scores from Moody, but yeah, this Auburn team stepped up in a big way, hoping to ride that momentum into this game against Central.
Yeah, and I mean, this game against Central is huge because Central did lose to IMG Academy last week, 49-14, but still, Central's a really good team. Yep. Coming in here 5-1, has won basically all their region games so far that they've played, and this has been a rivalry we've seen the past few years between Auburn and Central that started to build up as Auburn has, not taken as many games, but they've actually performed pretty well in these games against Central. Now we're going to move into our strengths and weaknesses. James, what are your strengths for Auburn and Central tonight?
Yeah, for Auburn, it's the defense, especially the secondary. Cornerbacks B.J. McGee and Cortez Cooks. Last game, B.J. McGee had 2 interceptions with Moody. This defense has just been phenomenal all season. The last 3 games, only giving up 14 points. And then for Central, their strength, their high-powered offense. Bobby Coleman at quarterback. They run the ball really well. They average 187 yards per game on the ground and then 286 passing yards a game. Really just a do-it-all kind of offense. Patrick Nixon's got this offense rolling, so it's going to be really cool to see this really talented Auburn defense go against this tremendous Central offense.
Yeah, and Auburn's defense, the most points they've given up this season is Vestavia Hills, 42 points. So a solid showing from them the past few weeks after that Vestavia game. And like you mentioned, Central's offense just been really good. They only had a dud last week against IMG where they scored 14 points, and I'm looking to see them do pretty good tonight. But I'm going to go to my weaknesses for tonight. I'm going to start with Auburn. Auburn, pressure from different defenses on the QB. Casey Myers really struggled with that against Vestavia Hills and couldn't get the ball out efficiently and wasn't able to find his receivers. And if that happens tonight, I think Central gets a big win due to the fact that Casey Myers can't really throw it downfield to guys like Joshua Askew, Antonio Welch, and Cash Reef. And then Central's weaknesses, Central really gives up a lot of rushing yards. We've seen that against Smith Station, they gave up a ton of rushing yards. Against Enterprise they did. Against Dothan they gave up a bunch. And it's just been really, really struggling as the season has progressed. And I think IMG did it as well last week, able to get the run game going. So if Auburn's able to do that tonight, get those running backs going, I think Central will have some trouble. But I'm really interested to see if those things play out in this game.
Yeah.
But we're now going to move to key players to watch. And James, who is your key player to watch tonight?
Yeah, for Auburn, it's linebacker Aiden Parker. Greg Williams unfortunately went down last week. He's out for a couple of weeks. But Aiden Parker stepped up in a big way, getting a pick 6, 10 tackles last week. He's the leader of this team now with Greg Williams down. And then for Central, freshman wide receiver Braylon Averett. He's got 5 touchdowns on the season. He's a freshman playing for this Central team. He's their big play guy. Reminds me a lot of Eric Singleton. They run a lot of jet sweeps, motions, and screen plays to him. But he's a big play guy and definitely a key player for the Red Devils. Yeah,
and I feel like with Greg Williams going down, Aiden Parker will be able to step up a lot. And I really feel like that could be a big factor for Auburn, considering we did see he had the pick 6 last week. But we're going to now quickly move into a commercial break. But don't go away, because when we come back, we will have Player Spotlight with James Tippins.
When I was getting ready to retire, I had to have somewhere to look for some health insurance. So I ran into an old classmate of mine at Hardee's one morning, and he happened to be driving for Auburn City Schools. So we got to talking. He was telling me about the benefits, and it's a great opportunity because we leave here a couple of hours every morning, a couple of hours in the afternoon. We got from probably 8:30 to 2:30. Go play golf, work in the yard, do whatever you want to do. You're not going to work on the weekends. You're not going to work on holidays. You got all summer. So that's great.
Okay, if somebody's considering driving a school bus, I would say do it. There are so many opportunities for different people, different walks of life, different roles, no matter what situation you're in for being a bus driver. There are spaces for those who own their own business and can make their own hours. This is a fantastic opportunity for that. For those stay-at-home moms or stay-at-home dads that don't necessarily want to be gone from the house all day but can do a morning and an afternoon shift, that is fantastic schedule.
But I know they paying on Mr. Lewis to take them to school. So I try to get there on time, every day, and show up every day. And that's what I've been doing for the last 20 years. I love kids. I love people. I like tiny people.
Best part be the school bus driver. Again, you help these kids get education. You help these kids go to the school, and you help these kids go back to home. This is, in my opinion, the best part.
My favorite things are the handwritten notes, hands down. Even if the parents are making them do it, they usually think about, what you mean to them and what impact that you've made on them.
We need bus drivers. We love to have bus drivers. We need drivers every day.
It's all about the kids. They're the ones that's special, honestly. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm still here. And they can't get rid of me, But I'm not letting those 70 kids that are counting on me to get to school, I'm not letting them down.
Hello everyone and welcome back to AHS Countdown. We're going to move to our player spotlight now. And James, what player stood out to you the most last week?
Yeah, Reese, for Auburn, it was Levi Kelly, the wide receiver, the Pike Road transfer. Had a really breakthrough game last week. His first receiving touchdown as a member of the Tigers, had 25 yards receiving, and just gives Casey Myers just another threat out wide. And then for Central, I've got speedy edge rusher Trey Lyles. He's the leader of this defense. 7 sacks on the season. He's got offers from almost everywhere. I'm really looking forward to see that matchup against him and Trenton Pritchett tonight.
Yeah, Trenton Pritchett, big guy, and I feel like that will be a pretty good matchup, like you said. And Levi Kelly as well, starting to make a name for himself here at Auburn with Casey Myers getting in the ball a little bit more these past few weeks. I'm really excited to see that receiver-quarterback duo happen this week. But we're going to move to our region standings quickly here as we'll look at the teams so far in the region. Auburn currently leading, actually tied with Central, Carver. They are all 3-0 in region play. And then Opelika, Dothan, and Enterprise are right behind Auburn, Carver, and Central. Opelika in 4th place. They are 2-1 in the region, but Dothan is 1-2, and Enterprise is also 1-2. And then obviously Smith Station and Jag, who do play tonight, they are 0-3. But Auburn still takes the lead, and tonight they can continue that if they beat Central. But we are going to move to a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we will have our game picks.
Play hard, play to win. But when sports injuries occur, you can rely on Encore. Our professional team treats all types of sports-related injuries for athletes of all ages. Our licensed therapists work closely with the patient, your family, and physician to get you back into action quickly and safely. At Encore, we love to see you move. Log on to EncoreRehab.com for a location near you.
Hello everyone and welcome back to HS Countdown. We're going to move right into our game picks now. Obviously I'm 13-1. Cherish is not here, so James is 16-4. But we're going to get right into those picks now. And our first game up is 4-2 Thompson versus 6-0 Hewitt Trustful at Hewitt. Thompson coming off the loss last week to Clay Chalkville on Thursday night. And James, who do you have between Thompson and Hewitt?
Yeah, Reese, as you mentioned, Thompson losing last week. I think they get a big bounce-back win against Hewitt, and Warriors pick up another dub. Yeah,
Hewitt, I mean, a tough team, but I do like Thompson to bounce back. They usually don't lose 2 in a row, so I'm going to take the Warriors in this one. And our next game up on the schedule is Austin, who is 4-1, versus Huntsville, who's 3-2. James, who do you have between Austin and Huntsville?
Yeah, Austin coming into Huntsville, it's a hard environment to play in. I'm going to have to go with Huntsville.
I'm going to have to disagree with you on this one. I'm going to go with Austin. Austin 4-1, had a strong start to their season, usually makes playoffs, and I feel like Austin's going to get a big win here to improve their record to 5-1 on the season. And our next game up will be a region game. It's going to be Carver and Enterprise. Carver 4-1. Enterprise, struggling as of late. This is a home game for them. They are 2-3 on the season. Who do you have between Carver and Enterprise?
Yeah, we see Carver later in the season. We've already seen Enterprise. Carver's got some big boys up front. I think they overwhelm Enterprise tonight, and Carver picks up a win.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you on this one. I really love Carver's, mentality. The whole season they've been, locked in, and I really feel like this Carver team is going to be able to get the job done at Enterprise. Enterprise just, not off to the best start this season, and I think that's going to continue tonight against Carver. But our next game up is Smith Station and Jag. Smith Station 1-5 on the season, and Jag also 1-5 on the season. This is in the Crampton Bowl. James, who do you have between Smith Station and Jag?
Yeah, Reese, two really struggling teams. I think Jag gets the edge on this one. It's going to be tight, but yeah, I've got Jag.
I'm going to have to disagree with you. Last week I did go with Smith Station, and I did miss that. So I'm going to have to go with Smith Station this week. And I'm going to say they beat Jag and win their second game of the season and win their first region game of the season. So I'm really excited to see if Smith Station can win on Friday night. But we're going to move to our last game of the slate, and it is the one and only Auburn Tigers, who are 5-1, and the Central Red Devils, who are also 5-1. Central coming off the loss to IMG last week, and Auburn coming off of a win against Moody, 41-7. And James, who do you have between Auburn and Central?
Yeah, Reese, biggest game on our schedule this year, Central versus Auburn. It's a marquee matchup versus two high-powered offenses and a high-powered defense. I think Auburn gets the edge by a lot. I think we're riding this momentum. That Vestavia loss was kind of like a fever dream. We've moved past that, moved forward. Auburn gets a big win tonight against the Red Devils.
I agree with you there. I really feel like this Tigers team has started to gain confidence as the weeks have progressed. Like you said, the Vestavia Hills game is just a fever dream at this point, and I really like the Tigers in this one, so I'm going to have to go with Auburn, and they'll improve their record to 6-1 on the season. Now we're going to move to our keys to the game segment. James, what is your key to the game for Auburn tonight?
Yeah, for Auburn, I think it's to execute these big plays. Casey Myers has shown us his arm these last couple of weeks, getting to the receivers like Joshua Askew, Antonio Welch, Levi Kelly. If we can get the ball to them and those explosive plays downfield, there's no reason why Auburn doesn't win this game by multiple scores.
Yeah, and I agree with you there. Casey Myers showing off with his arms and his legs the past few weeks, and I feel like this Central team, if they're not ready, Casey Myers is really going to show them what he's got.
Yep.
And I feel like Coach Etheridge has been keeping that from a team like Central and just waiting for a game like this to see an explosive Casey Myers, see how he performs. And this receiving core really should do good against Central tonight. And my key to the game for Central is you got to avoid the long pass plays on defense. I know Central secondary is really good, but they're going to have to watch out for guys like Joshua Askew, Antonio Welch, and Levi Kelly, and Cash Reef to possibly beat them in the secondary and score those big plays. And if Central avoids that, I think Central gets the win tonight. But for now, I'm going to stick with Auburn on that one. But that is going to do it for AHS Countdown. I hope you guys enjoyed the game between Auburn and Central, and we'll see you at the kick.
Hello everyone, welcome to Auburn High School Bracketology. I'm your host, Trip Upton, and as teams across the great state of Alabama are competing for a Blue Mountain Championship trophy this season, we're going to be taking a look at the playoffs. I know it's a little early. The region break just happened, but it is, we're gearing up for the postseason here in Alabama. So let's take a look at 7A across the state and see what could be happening all around. First, let's start in Mobile, in the Bay. Right? So the top contenders right here, right now it's Mary Montgomery, Fairhope, Daphne, and Baker. The Vikings and Mary Montgomery are the only undefeated team left. They are currently ranked, I believe, 3rd or 4th in the entire 7A right there, according to the Alabama Sports Writers Association. So they're the only undefeated team, but they are tied for the region lead with Fairhope. They're both undefeated in region, but Fairhope does have a loss out of region. Meanwhile, Daphne and Baker tied at 2-1, filling out the 3 and the 4 seeds right there. Davidson, Foley on the outside looking in, and then Robertsdale and Alma Bryant out. So what do you look for when you're trying to clinch in the playoffs? You have to have 4 wins in region because there's 8 teams in every region, all 4 regions in 7A. So if you can get a winning record in your region, you're probably going to playoffs, right? So looking at Mary Montgomery, they're 3-0. They take on 0-3 Alma Bryant. So Mary Montgomery, if the Vikings win that game, they are in lock for the playoffs. And the rest of the season would be to determine seeding. Meanwhile, Alma Bryant with a loss is out. Same thing with Foley and Fairhope. Fairhope with a win clinches the playoffs, and they would be in. Meanwhile, Foley, they're not out with a loss, but they would need to win out if they lose, because they'd had to head to Baker, they'd play Davidson at home, and they'd get Alma Bryant. But those are three teams, especially with Baker in the field right now, that could be tough for Foley to try and do and get in. Lastly, another matchup from Region 1 I would look at for this week is Davidson v. Daphne. These are two teams kind of on the bubble. Daphne, if they win, they're one win away from clinching the playoffs, and it's very easy for them to do so. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Davidson has to pretty much run a little bit of a gauntlet here. If they lose, they have Mary Montgomery, they have Foley, they have Robertsdale. I know they're over two of those teams, but the Mary Montgomery, I don't know if they're going to be able to knock off the Vikings, and so that could be tough for Davidson to get in right here. Let's try and take a look here at kind of what's going on the rest of the season for that region. So this is Mary Montgomery's schedule. They have it pretty easy right now with Alma Bryant. They still have Fairhope. That's probably going to be the region championship game on October 10th, next Friday. It's at Fairhope, so that'd be really interesting to see kind of what they do with that. Then Baker and Davidson for that one. Daphne and Baker, I want to take a look over at, down at Daphne, the Trojans. They have a really easy end of the schedule. Yes, they do have to take on Fairhope, even though it's on the road, but they could potentially jump up in seeding with wins. They have Davidson, they have Alma Bryant, and Robertsdale. I think they go 3-1 to close out the season, and I have them projected even higher than just the, right now, 3rd seed. I think they could jump Fairhope. Meanwhile, for the Pirates from Fairhope, Alabama, right on the bay there, yeah, they have Foley, but they still have to play Mary Montgomery. They still have to play Daphne and Baker. They could drop, even though they are undefeated in region. That's because they only had to play Robertsdale, Davidson, and Bryant, who are some of the not the best teams in the region right there. So they're going to be looking at a tougher end of the schedule. So Fairhope, I don't think they're going to be competing for the region championship, especially if they lose these last 3 games. So next, let's jump over to Region 2, and that is the all-important region this weekend for the Auburn Tigers, who currently lead in the region undefeated. One of the 3 teams that is undefeated, tied with Central, Phoenix City, and Carver, Montgomery. Meanwhile, Opelika, rounding out the 4 spot right now, their only loss is to the top-ranked Auburn. Dothan High School on the outside looking in as well. Meanwhile, Enterprise, JAG, and the Smith Station Panthers, they are facing elimination this week in that one. Some key matchups. This is effectively a region championship game. Auburn Central in Duck Sanford Stadium on Friday. That's going to be a big matchup for both of these teams. Last season, Auburn went on the road and beat the Red Devils in Phoenix City. Central looking to return the favor after they lost to IMG last week. Meanwhile, Carver taking on Enterprise. Enterprise is out with a loss. Carver is in with a win. And Carver's still having to play a lot of the top contenders in Region 2. Meanwhile, we also have Dothan Opelika. Dothan needs to win this game if they want to stay in the playoffs, but even though they do have an easier end of the schedule, they have to play Jag still. They have to play Smith Station. But on the road in Opelika, if they lose that game, they have to then beat Auburn at home to get in the playoffs potentially as a 4 seed, and that could involve tiebreakers. So the Dothan Wolves would need to win today. Meanwhile, Opelika, if they want to win, they still have Central, they still have Carver left. They have 2 of the top 3 contenders in Region 2. So a win here would be very big for Opelika. So let's take a look at what's going on the rest of the season in Region 2. So let's look at Auburn right here. Auburn taking on Phoenix City this weekend, obviously, and then they head to Smith Station, and then they get Carver at home in the Duck for senior night, and then head to Dothan. Auburn, they've only had to really play 1 contender thus far in Opelika. But playing Carver and Central in kind of a 2 and a 3 week stretch, that's going to be tough for the Tigers. I think Coach Etheridge and the boys will have enough to at least get them a top 2 seed. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Carver. The Wolverines are really struggling because of the fact of their out-of-region play. Why does that matter? So right now, Auburn Central and Carver are tied. Why does Auburn have the lead, you were probably asking earlier? It's because of the out-of-region points. So you say, you get rewarded by teams you beat out of region, how good they are. So looking at the Wolverines, they lost to Thompson. That game doesn't count because they lost. Their only out-of-region win right now is Percy Julian, which is 1-5. So that is not what Carver's going to want if it comes down to that tiebreaker in a three-way tie. They also would play Saraland at the end of the season, but I don't know if they're going to go on the road to Saraland and win that game against the undefeated Saraland. So Carver, they get to play at Enterprise. Enterprise needing to win that game, but I mean maybe on the road. Then they get Central Phoenix City in the Crampton Bowl, and then have to head to Auburn and Opelika. I think that even though they are tied for first place right now, I think Carver could drop all the way down to the 4th seed when we look at the standings. Let's look over now at Central. They also have to run a gauntlet to end the season. They have Auburn. They have to go to Carver, and they play Opelika at home. If they want to win the region, they've got to win 2 out of those 3 games, and probably one of those would have to be Auburn if they want to have that. Right now, I would have them probably at the 1 seed. We'll see what happens this Friday. Again, it is a coin flip game. You see right here on our Massey Ratings Index, 54% in favor of Central. And then they end the season with Jag, who, again, is playing Smith Station. Loser, completely eliminated from the playoffs right here. I don't know if either of those teams, neither the Jaguars nor the Panthers in that cat fight, are going to be contending for the playoffs right here. And now let's go over to Region 3. Auburn fans, you need to pay attention to what's going on in Region 3 in Alabama, because this is who this Auburn team would play in the first round based on the region matchups in 7A. So right now, leading the pack right now is Hewitt Trustful, undefeated, ranked the number 1 team in the state of Alabama and on our Massey Ratings Index. They defeated Pinson Valley last week, but now they have to play Thompson, and that's to be a massive game. Thompson, meanwhile, they lost to Clay Chartville on the road last week, but they have a chance. Even though they're both tied, the winner gets sole possession of first place. Rounding out the middle of the pack, it is a very contested middle. Yes, Prattville is currently the 3 seed. We'll talk about them, kind of see where they could go end up. And then Hillcrest, Tuscaloosa, Oak Mountain, Vestavia Hills, and Hoover bring up that tie for 4th place. It's going to be a contested rest of the season, and it was close in my opinion to see maybe if Hoover can jump up, if Hillcrest, Tuscaloosa, can they stay in? Can Vestavia Hills, a team that beat Auburn earlier in the season, can they jump into the spot? So these are a lot of good teams that are all packed right here at 1 and 2, and then Tuscaloosa County on the brink of elimination, playing their rivals over at Hillcrest, Tuscaloosa. So big games. We already mentioned Hewitt Trustful and Thompson, the number 1 and number 2 teams in the state of Alabama right now. Prattville v. Vestavia Hills. I have that matchup because I think that this could be a big spot for Vestavia Hills to go ahead and make a play for the playoffs. Prattville, they still have to play Hewitt Trustville and Thompson. So right now you already have 1 region loss. I would assume you're probably going to get 2 more. So this is a must-win game if Prattville wants to end up in the playoffs. Meanwhile, for Vestavia Hills, their only 2 losses are to Hewitt Trustful and Thompson. So they're going to play a lot of these contenders like Hoover and Oak Mountain in the next coming weeks to try to determine if they can play for that 4 seed. Meanwhile, Oak Mountain v. Hoover, loser must win out because those are 2 teams at 2 losses. If they get to a 3rd loss, you got to win out if you want even a shot at making the playoffs. Hoover still has Thompson left on the schedule, and Oak Mountain has Vestavia Hills, Hewitt Trustful, and Hillcrest Tuscaloosa. So let's look at kind of again what I mentioned earlier, the schedule for part of the rest of the season. So we're looking at the Thompson Warriors right now. Yes, they play Hewitt Trustful, but Hillcrest, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, and Prattville, I think they're going to be able to win those games. I honestly like them over even on the road at Hewitt Trustful. I think that they can win that one right there on the road. Let's take a look at Prattville, the team I mentioned earlier with their schedule, which it is not looking favorable for the Lions right here. So you have to go on the road at Vestavia Hills. They're only giving the team only a 3% chance to win. So very tough look for Prattville. And then you have to play Hewitt Trustful and Thompson, both yes at home, but that could be struggle games. Even though you end with at Jag for your out of region closer, but versus Hillcrest Tuscaloosa is not an easy game either. I have Prattville falling all the way out of the playoffs, even though they're at the 3 seed right now. And finally, I want to look at the Hoover Pirates, or Hoover Buccaneers rather, a team that is always in the mix. And even though they've had a down year, they've lost to Hillcrest Tuscaloosa, which is a massive loss for tiebreaker standings because the team, if you beat a team, if you're tied to the record, you get the head-to-head advantage. You have to still play Thompson. Yes, you get Tuscaloosa County and Oak Mountain. I don't even think Oak Mountain has beaten Hoover in the history of their program. But then you end at Vestavia Hills. That game could be a play-in game for both of those teams when it comes down to it. Finally, we're going to head up to Huntsville for this last part of the breakdown of the schedules, and then we're going to look at the bracket itself. Austin, leading the charge here, only undefeated team in region play. And big thing for Austin is that they actually own some tiebreakers over some of the teams behind them. Austin owning the tiebreaker over Sparkman and Florence. So those are 2 out of the 4 teams tied at number 2. They own the tiebreaker over, and they play Huntsville this weekend. Austin will be in with a win as well versus Huntsville. Next up, we also have Bob Jones, Florence, James Clemens, and Sparkman all tied at 2-1. Again, that tiebreaker goes to the all-important stat of out of region play and the wins and how quality those opponents were. James Clemens and Florence play each other this weekend. That could be a game that could take care of itself, and it's a potential play-in game depending on what happens down the stretch. Winner stays in the field. Florence has already played Austin, as I mentioned, and Florence actually owns the out-of-region tiebreak over James Clemens, as you see here. Next up, Bob Jones and Sparkman, the number 2 and number 5 team based on the current region standings. Winner stays in the field once again at 2-1, so that's big for them. Albertville is out with a loss, but they actually get the weekend off, getting to relax down in Albertville. And then Grissom is the only team currently in the 7A state of Alabama that has been eliminated. They've already played 4 region games. They've lost 4, only lost by 2 last weekend to Albertville to eliminate them. So let's go look at what the rest of the schedule looks like for some of these teams. First up, Austin. As we like to say, fake Auburn, because they are the Orange A. The Black Bears have a pretty manageable schedule. They are favored in all of their games except Muscle Shoals, which is an out-of-region contest. They play at Grissom, they play Clemens, they play Bob Jones, and at Huntsville this weekend. Let's look at some of these teams kind of tied at there. Well, first, we'll look at Bob Jones. Bob Jones, a pretty manageable end of the season. They get Sparkman, they get Huntsville, they get Albertville, but they have to go to Austin, so that could be a very tough game for the Bob Jones Patriots. Then we also want to look down. They've already lost to Florence, though, so if it comes down to it, Florence could jump Bob Jones in a potential tie because of that head-to-head matchup, a 24-6 drubbing by Florence. And let's go take a look at the Falcons right here. They do get Oxford at the end of the season, but that's out of region play, so it doesn't necessarily matter. So Clemens, they get Grissom, they get Huntsville, they get Sparkman. Looking like Florence could be a team on the rise, not to make fun of the Falcons in the later season. And finally, James Clemens, another team. They lost to Bob Jones, so they do not own the tiebreaker over Jones. They still have to play Florence. They still have to play Austin. And so that's could potentially 3 region losses. They'll be lucky to sneak into the playoffs right here. So let's go now to the projections of the bracket, the all-important bracket right here. We're going to go extend this up, and we're going to look at it both from what if the season ended today and then my projections. First up, this top region, I have Hewitt right now. Hewitt-Trussville would play Opelika, the 1 seed in Region 3, taking on the 4 seed in Region 2. Fairhope would then host Florence that same day. The winner of that matchup would play either Hewitt-Trussville or Opelika. Next up, the number 1 seed in Region 2, the Auburn Tigers currently would play Hillcrest Tuscaloosa in the first round in the Duck Sanford Stadium. Bob Jones and Daphne are paired with them and the 2-3 game. Next up, the top team from Region 4, it's the Austin Black Bears taking on Baker, but they would have a tough matchup in round 2 as Central, the winner of Central and Prattville would be paired with them, which I would have to assume would be the Central Red Devils. Finally, the top team in Region 1, Mary Montgomery, would take on James Clemens in the first round, but they'd have to take on the winner of Thompson and Carver. So a very tough draw from that side of the bracket right there with potentially a Thompson Central matchup in the Final Four. And so let's go over to my predictions, or as I like to call it, Triptology. We're big on puns here at the AHS Mass Media Network, so obviously there's me. And so first, I think that Thompson is going to win on Friday, and they are going to clinch the region. And I have them playing Carver Montgomery in the first round. I think Opelika, especially hosting Carver Montgomery, can win that game, can win that tiebreaker. And Carver looking at 3 tough losses potentially, despite the fact that they're undefeated. So that's why this game against Enterprise is so big, because it could be if they lose, they're out. Next up, Daphne and Bob Jones are at play, but this time they're going to be at the top of the bracket right there, and they'd play the winner of Thompson and Carver. Next, I have Central ending up as the 1 seed, and that's just more of, hey, Central's a good team. They're a good offense. They're averaging almost 50-plus points per play in region play. I have them taking on Hillcrest Tuscaloosa, the last team to sneak in out of Region 2, jumping Prattville. And they take on the winner between Florence and Baker. Next up, Austin, the top team from Huntsville. They take on Fairhope in the first round, so definitely be interesting to see who to win between the Black Bears and the Buccaneers. And Auburn sledding in at the 2 seed from Region 2 would actually get a rematch of a blowout loss they had earlier in the season against the Vestavia Hill, a good team, but could the Rebels go on the road to knock off Auburn after winning a big one at home? Auburn's improved a lot. You've seen a lot of good stuff from Case and Myers in this offense and the ever-prevalent defense. And then finally, Mary Montgomery, James Clemens would take each other on in the first round, and they'd play the winner of Hewitt-Trussville and Opelika. I know Hewitt-Trussville, they're the top-ranked team in the state, but Opelika could make things interesting there. I really think the Bulldogs, even going on the road, they're a battle-tested team. They have a really good defense. There's a possibility that Opelika could pull an upset there. So if I had to project what was going on in the rest of this bracket, I think it's pretty easy to project Thompson to be able to knock off Carver because Thompson, a team, Trent Seaborn at quarterback, I think they're just going to be a dominant team. We looked right here to Daphne and Bob Jones. I think Bob Jones pulls the upset on the road, picking up a big win over Daphne. Central, Hillcrest Tuscaloosa, give me the Red Devils offense, just putting on a storm at home. And then the winner between the Florence Falcons and Baker, I have that written down as Baker pulling an upset as well on the road at the 3 seed. Between Austin and Fairhope, I have Austin winning that one, and I think that's basically because Austin, the Huntsville team, they've proved they can win games, but they're going to run into the Auburn Tigers. I have Auburn avenging their loss against Vestavia Hills, picking up a big win right here. Next up, Mary Montgomery, James Clemens. I'm going to take James Clemens in this one. I know it's a 1 seed. I know that would be a crazy upset. However, I think I've been told that the Mobile teams aren't the best when it comes to state playoffs. James Clemens is going to be a battle-tested team. I think they win that one up north from Huntsville. And then Hewitt-Trussville, Opelika. I really, really, really want to take Opelika, but I'm going to go with my gut and say Hewitt-Trussville wins that one. And I think Hewitt-Trussville and Auburn win their respective games to match up in the Final Four, both 2 seeds, while both 1 seeds, Central and Thompson, meet up in the Final Four and setting up a rematch of the finals from 2022. Auburn taking on Thompson in the state championship game. Thank you guys for watching. It's going to be a great night of football on Friday night with a lot of big matchups, a lot of regions potentially being decided. And once we get all those results, we'll be right back here for bracketology here and talking about what's going to be going on the next couple weeks in the state of Alabama. Thank you so much.
But joining us now, as he does every single Thursday at 3 o'clock during the high school football season, we got our guy, head coach Keith Etheridge of Auburn High School football with us on the phone lines here on ESPN 106.7. What's going on, Coach? It's a beautiful day in Auburn, isn't it?
Oh, it's a beautiful day today. Beautiful day today, Jacob. Appreciate y'all having me on.
Well, it's always fun to talk to you, and I always enjoy our in-person visits we do on Thursday mornings, talking pregame and recording our pregame interview that we play on the broadcast, but also enjoy having you here on the radio as well, where folks can get some more insight on what's going on around your Auburn High School football program. And look, last week was a lot of fun. I can speak for you, speak for your guys, and speak for myself, where you get a nice win over Moody, one that meant a lot to you, and your guys played like it last week.
Yeah, it was a great win for us. Moody's got a really good football team, and our guys went out there and played lights out, man. Played great on offense and defense and special teams. So, it was a full team win.
And so you look at what happened last week with Moody, a non-region game, one that meant a lot to you, still means a lot for the season as a whole, but, of course, no real playoff implications, something we talked about last week, tiebreaker stuff if it comes down to it. But what impressed you the most, Coach, about what your team was able to do on both sides of the football against a really talented Moody squad?
I wouldn't say that it surprised me, but we moved the ball really well against them. Our offense did a really good job of getting the ball in the end zone down there in the red zone. We've talked about that a little bit, Jacob. But we were able to get the ball in the end zone and not settle for field goals. And I was really impressed with our offense doing that. And defensively, they had some high-powered kids. They got some really good athletes, and they've been scoring a lot of points. And defensive for us to go out there and play the way we played, and keep them out of the end zone until the fourth quarter, was really impressive by our defense. So.
Yeah, I think so. And look, that side of the ball the defensive side has played so consistent all year long.
Yeah.
And now that the offense seems that the Jag game may have been kind of the coming out party, right? Put up 56 points against them and another 41-point performance. Well, I guess 34 technically because of the pick six from Aiden Parker last week, which was awesome, by the way. I know that play's been getting a whole lot of love, and I love to see that from number 11 on the defensive side.
Yeah, Aiden's had a great year, and him and Greg and Gampson, our three linebackers, I think, are our defense, this year. Cornell Jackson and, BJ McGee and, all those guys over there on that defense have had really good years. But I think that, we're playing well on that side. And, we're flying to the football, and that's a testament to Coach Goolsby and things he does defensively with those guys.
And then on the offensive side, you've got your man Kason Myers leading the way, your junior quarterback, and receivers galore, and trying to get that running back room fully healthy and good to go. And that'll be really important this week with a Central team coming to town. It's Auburn and Central, Tigers and the Red Devils, Coach. I know this is always a fun game. It's a stressful game, too, just because of how talented that Central squad is.
Yeah, this is definitely, Central's one of those teams that, they're always very good athletically and, have a lot of players and, and they're always well coached. Coach Nix does a fantastic job with those guys. And, it's just one of those weeks that, every time you turn that film on, you find something else that they do well,
Right.
So, they're very, very talented, and we're going to have to go in there and play well, and hopefully we have a chance right there at the end to do something and win this football game.
Two teams who are 5-1 on the season, Auburn and Central, both teams undefeated in 7A Region 2 at 3-0. Carver, the other team, Coach, at 3-0 so far in region play. When you do turn on that film and when you guys have been preparing for the Red Devils coming into Duck Sanford Stadium tomorrow night, what sticks out to what kind of jumps off the video from you, or for you rather, for the Central team on either side of the football?
Well, looking at this team, we sort of thought they would be, in a rebuilding year because they lost so many really good players last year, and they're not. They're coming in. They're just as strong as they have always been. So they've had some young guys step up. Bobby, the quarterback, Bobby Coleman, he's playing really well for them. Defensively, they do a really good job of just making plays and using their speed. And Tristan Lyles, the defensive end who anchors their defense, is an explosive player. So they're a dang good football team. And we're gonna have to play well and not turn the ball over and not have silly penalties and things like that to have a chance to win this football game.
Auburn High and Central, that is on Friday night at Duck Sanford Stadium. Coach, we had a lot of fun last year, didn't we, going over to Phoenix City and getting a big-time win? And I'm just, I'm glad we ain't got to go back there this year. I'm glad they're coming to us tomorrow night.
Yeah, it's going to be great being at the Duck. It always is great playing there. It's great having that home field advantage with all our fans, and got a great group of fans. And, our kids love playing at home. It's definitely a situation where we get to go in and we got that 12th man that helps us out, so we love playing at the Duck.
This will be the fourth game in a row playing at home for the Auburn High Tigers, beating Enterprise, Jag, Moody, and now Central coming to town tomorrow. Looking ahead just a little bit for the rest of the regular season. Crazy that we're already speaking in those terms. But at Smith Station next week, home for Carver, the game last year that decided the region after Auburn goes to Montgomery and gets that win. Carver will make the return trip here, and then on the road at Dothan. I mean, this game tomorrow night, Coach, not that the region's up for grabs just yet, but as you were telling me earlier, if you win this one, it kind of catapults you into controlling your own destiny at that point.
Yeah, it really does. It's a big game as far as region standings and things like that. Of course, it's not the end all be all, but you win this game and it puts you in a great situation of possibly winning the region and hosting during the playoffs, and that's definitely what we want to do. We want to try to get those playoff games at the Duck.
We're talking with Auburn High's head football coach Keith Etheridge here on ESPN 106.7. And look, I know all your focus has been on Central. It's been on the Red Devils for tomorrow night. But have you had a chance to peek up to that Birmingham region and see what that game's going to be like tomorrow night? Thompson and Hewitt-Trussville. Talk about another big matchup in this state.
Yeah, that's a huge matchup too. I think that Thompson's going to come in. They're going. I think that they're going to be reeling after that loss to Clay. I think that Mark had those guys ready, but I know Coach Floyd's looking forward to getting on the field and trying to put a win out there for the Huskies too. I think that's going to be a great football game.
It will be. That is a huge game in the state of Alabama, but so is Auburn and Central. It's on Friday night at the Duck, and if you can't get there, then you can tune in with us over on Wings 94.3, wingsfm.com, and for those of you who have that Radio Alabama app, that's the best way for you to listen each and every Friday night on the Auburn High Sports Network. Jack Hutton, Rob Pate, and myself will have the radio broadcast for you. Pregame starts at 6:30, kickoff at 7. Coach Etheridge will have another conversation with us. A quick word on game day, just talking about Auburn and Central as well. And Coach, always appreciate your time. Glad to hear that your mom's still doing well and on her on her way to being back to normal. I know that.
Yes, sir. It's been great. It's been great. Appreciate all the prayers and everybody putting those prayers in, and everything's been great. It's just amazing that every time us and Central play, it seems to be two top 5 teams.
I'm telling you,
getting after each other. So it's just another blessing. Just another blessing.
Coach, we appreciate you and your time as always, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your day today. Enjoy the moment tomorrow, and go get them tomorrow night, man.
Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate what y'all do. God bless, and go Tigers.
Go Tigers. That's head coach Keith Etheridge of Auburn High School football. He's with me every Thursday, 3 o'clock, right here on ESPN 106.7 during football season. We appreciate him and his time, and, man, just looking forward to another big one tomorrow night. We had a ton of fun last year, 38-33 on the road in Phoenix City. Tigers were to go on and win the region 2 games later in Montgomery, taking down the Carver-Montgomery Wolverines, and so looking to do that again tomorrow night, capping off a 4-game homestand. Auburn and Central, Tigers and Red Devils. You can catch the radio broadcast with me, Rob Pate, and Jack Hutton on Wings 94.3.
As we've reached 10 o'clock hour, that's kickoff time of typically most high school football games, and so we're going to talk to the Auburn High Tigers to kick off our interview right here at just about the time they're kicking off on Friday night against the Central Phoenix City Red Devils inside the Duck, coming off of a 41-7 win against Moody this past week to improve the record to 5-1. Coach Oliver, Coach Ferguson, Coach Goolsby join me here as they do each and every Wednesday night. Coaches, how are we doing?
Doing well. Doing well.
We talked last week about Moody. Coach Goolsby, I think you said it to start things off last week, that this is a team that you would expect to see in y'all's region. Yeah. They had a lot of athletes. Y'all came out and handled business pretty well. Talk us through Friday night and what went down.
Yeah, I don't think any of us expected it to go like that. I was shocked at halftime. It was 35-0, but the kids just came out. They were ready to play. We started the game off, won the toss deferred, started on defense like we like to do, and we didn't get a 3 and out. I think it was, 6 or 7 plays, and we got an off, and then offense scored real quick, and then we got another off, and we scored again. And I remember being 14-0 thinking, at that point, I really thought it was going to be a close ball game. They got plenty of athletes, but our kids just played really, really well, played hard and played fast, and, worked out for us. So.
Offensively, that was exactly what we needed. You take the first drive down the field. Everything we dialed up looked good. Quarterback was taking care of the football. Everybody was taking care of the football. Guys were running routes really good, catching the ball, making right decisions. O-line was out there playing well. So, drive after drive, we put it together like we had done during practice that week. So it was really good to see it translate to Friday night. Offensively, we've been waiting on a game like that.
And, you had a big performance the week before with Jag with the 56-0 win. But, as we mentioned, Moody's a different opponent than Jag is. They've got athletes over there. And you mentioned, getting that offense going there. That's the second highest offensive totals y'all had. Kind of walk us a little bit more through that. What some of the key players that really had some big games for you?
Well, just to start off with, I think we all agreed that our player of the week this week would be Kaysen Myers.
All right, I'll go ahead. I didn't even have to ask you.
Yeah, Kaysen had 196 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns, ran for another 151 and a touchdown. So big night with him, But it starts up front. I thought he had great protection all night with our offensive line. Good snaps, good protection. And, our 5 guys just being able to make plays, Antonio, Josh, Levi Kelly had a big night that night. Jaden Huff came in and got a lot of reps at running back and had a really good night for us also. I think we put them in a bind, with them having to have 5 guys to try to guard our 5 guys, and then the equalizer was the quarterback, 15. He's really athletic, and he showed you what he can do when the ball's in his hand.
You guys, stepped out of region with this game. A lot of times teams will schedule when they schedule a non-region opponent, it's not necessarily somebody that's going to give them much of a challenge. You guys, all year, you played Booker out of Florida, big-time program down there, got a lot of athletes. Vestavia Hills, big-time 7A program out of the Birmingham area. And then Moody, one of the best teams in 5A this year. When you look at that type of schedule, and we've always talked about the SEC basically with y'all's region. When you're looking at that schedule that Coach Etheridge and y'all put together, what does that say about getting the guys tested every single week and not really having a week besides the bye week where you're off?
I think it's a big deal for us. It really exposes us in some areas and shows us where we can really improve. You play lesser opponents, and you can get away with little stuff here and there and just kind of win the game and go, all right, man, well, we won by 40 plus, we're good. You play teams like Booker, like Vestavia, and like Moody, they can really expose some things that you need to really work on, and it's easier to get the guys to see, hey, this is why this matters, because this was a close game, or, these are really good opponents, these are really good teams that we got to prepare for, so it just keeps you mentally locked in, and I think that's what you want. I don't like the up and down and the roller coaster and the lulls. That's not good for a team, especially our team in the position we're in right now. We're obviously going to get better each and every week. We're a team that is learning how to play together and doing things like that. So, it's really important for us to be tested early and often.
So last week was homecoming. I neglected to ask last week, and Lochapoka brought it up about some of their homecoming stuff last week. Did we have the staff basketball game versus the students?
Yeah, we did. We did.
What happened?
We won.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It was a close one, but we won. We won by like 5, I think.
Who was the X factor?
Coach Wag, of course.
Okay.
He's always the X factor. He never does anything halfway. If he takes the field or he's competing at all, it is going to be full go all the way out, and he does a great job. We had sweatbands on, headbands on, high socks. We had a good time with it. But Coach Wag's the guy, man. He's a force down low.
Did everybody here participate, or
No.
Just you?
Yeah.
If it had been on a Thursday, but I don't game day. I can't switch mentally from a faculty student basketball game to playing a football game. I can't do that. Maybe it's because of my age, but I can't do it.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask, because Lochapoka, they were telling us that they did the staff basketball game, they won. They also did a staff versus students kickball game. Now, would everybody be up for that if it was earlier in the week?
Yeah, I'll probably do that. Yeah, I'll probably play a little kickball.
100%.
Yeah.
Are you as confident in kickball skills as basketball skills?
Yeah.
Yes, but I also want to see B Hall kick a kickball. Now that I'm thinking about it,
he said he was on load management. He didn't have the. He didn't participate in.
Well, I got to tell you, that's some loser talk, man. That's garbage.
That'll get you hamstrings now if you're not careful. That's probably what he was thinking about. The hamstrings.
Something else we tonight here before we turn the page and start looking at Central, we had Dana Barker here from the Big East officials here in East Alabama. I know they cover you guys. They were at the Auburn Opelika game a few weeks ago. Dana Barker himself was the referee there. Talk a little bit about the importance of local officials for you guys. I know Friday nights call doesn't go your way. You could get it can get a little heated there, but the importance of having those guys out there on Friday nights for you guys.
You can't play without them.
Yeah.
As much as people want to gripe and complain about things. They're human beings, man. They're out there and they're trying to do the best they can. They're trying to be fair and impartial, but things in the game moves really fast in big games like like Friday. Like the game's going to be moving really fast on Friday, and human error is there, and you got to roll with the punch. And you know, like Coach Wag said, sometimes you don't get what you want, you get what you get. So, and sometimes you get a good one, sometimes you get a bad one. But I know that job that they're doing isn't easy. It's really, really tough. But we do appreciate them doing it.
Yeah, and I think one thing, Dana, we were talking about, he does a good job of is he takes a lot from coaches on the sideline, but he doesn't take it personal. Like he just keeps a level head. He'll listen to you and then move on. You know what I mean? I wish more of them were like that, really.
And I think it's important to keep in mind that they don't have to be doing what they're doing. Yep. They don't have to be refereeing. It's not something that pays them big bucks. They do it because they love the game and they love, being a good servant and serving our teams and our community. And I think it's really important, like Dee said, to see them as human beings. We get caught up in the emotions of the game, but at the end of the day, it's a game, and they're a key part of the game. If they don't show up, we're not playing. Yeah. So, I mean, it's really important just to be appreciative, and I try to be that way with Dana and all the other guys after the game, no matter what. If you see them, tell them, thank you for showing up and that kind of thing as well.
And nobody's ever had a problem with Dana here, right?
No.
I love Dana.
Nope. Not at all.
Not at all.
I know the name of the game. He talked about that Auburn Opelika game. He got it from both sides during that game, and so and as you mentioned, he meant talking to the shirt, not to the person that's behind it, and so. It is. We talked to him earlier. Always important to have officials around the game. So now let's turn the attention to this week. Central Phoenix City coming to town, playing the Duck, a game that has in the past few years pretty much decided the region. You still have a few region games after Central. It's not as late as it has been the last few years. What have we seen on film from this Red Devils team this year?
They're good. I mean, it's every year they're good. Yeah. They got athletes. They got a huge offensive line. Two big tackles that are 300 pounds plus that can move. I think one of them just got offered by Alabama this week.
Committed to Alabama.
He's committed to Alabama. Yeah. I got Cam Coleman's brother at quarterback, and he throws a frozen rope, and they got receivers that can go get the ball. And, I was just thinking while we were talking a while ago, our kicker don't get enough credit, Joe Daniel. Like, he boots it through the end zone every time, and teams start on the 20 every single time, which is, for a defensive coach, that's what you want. Make somebody drive the ball 80 yards, and but Central can score from anywhere on the field. They're putting up 50 points a game. They're dynamite on offense. So like we said with Opelika, to me they're a typical Central football team. It's got guys that can run, two running backs that can run. So defense coordinator's a nightmare really, but hopefully we can make it a four quarter ball game, and our kids will go play hard and have a good time in it.
Yeah, same thing on defense. Your typical Central team, very fast, athletic. Lyles, number 9, probably one of the best defenders in the state of Alabama. That kid is, and you got a game plan for that kid. You got to know where he is every snap. And then they have a corner that's going at Liberty. They run really well on the back end. They're going to give you a ton of different looks. They're long, that linebacker. And then they play a lot of kids. They rotate a bunch of guys in. It's not a whole lot of drop-off. So it's a tremendous challenge. We know that. Our kids know that. And again, just like with Opelika, this is why you play those games, man. This is what gets you excited about playing football at Auburn High. This is one of those games.
You didn't get the Opelika game at home this year. You do get the Central game at home this week. How much of a factor does that play, especially when in these bigger games with Opelika Central coming into town?
I think it plays a huge factor. I don't know if it's, obviously they're a good football team, but you would much rather play those kind of teams at your place. Just with the fan, you're more comfortable there. It's your surroundings, your locker room, and then not to mention, hopefully it's packed out tomorrow or Friday night. You know what I mean? So I think it's a huge factor.
So Friday night, you guys host Central Phoenix City, a huge matchup in 7A. Is there anything else going on in the game? We had homecoming last week. We had elementary school the week before. What we got going on this week? Pink out.
Okay. On Friday night.
Excellent. So Pink Out the Duck. Make sure you get out there early. Get your tickets early. Go fan. And you can get them at the gate if there's any left. I would suggest get them early, though, as this is going to be a big time. So Central's going to travel well up 280. and you guys always pack things out at the Duck. It's always a fun time there. Coach Goolsby, Coach Ferguson, Coach Oliver, thank y'all so much for joining us here this evening. Good luck Friday night, and hopefully when we talk to y'all next week, we'll talk about another Auburn High win as y'all get set to head back on the road next week.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Big girl dog, get a little taste of. Pushing me away so I give her space of. Dealing with a heart that I didn't break. I'll be there for you, I would care for you. I keep thinking you just don't know. Trying to run from that. that. Say you're done with that. On your face, girl, it just don't show. When you're ready, just say you're ready. When all the baggage just ain't as heavy and the party's over, just don't forget me. We'll change the pace and we'll just go slow. You won't ever have to worry. You won't ever have to hide. And you'll see all my mistakes. So look me in my eyes. 'Cause if you let me, here's what I'll do. I'll take care of you. I've lost.
From Auburn High School to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, I am DeMarcus Ware. And this is home of the Auburn Tigers. There is nothing like playing for the A. This A. We won't make it easy on you. In our house.
Take no prisoners, leave no doubt. Take no prisoners, leave no doubt. We got to get pressure on the quarterbacks.
You either got a seat at the table, you're on the menu, baby. Hey!
Give a pregame speech. Right now, I'm going to just tell you that I love every single one of you. We had a great fall camp. Now it's time to go to work, right? The road to Tuscaloosa starts today, right? I love every one of you. Play your tails off, no matter what, right? No matter what.
Start strong, finish stronger, all right? Start strong, finish stronger. Start strong, finish stronger. Start strong, finish stronger. 124.
Make sure you get on good side. Relentless energy, relentless effort, relentless attitude.
Let's go, guys. Hey, let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Knee.
Somebody take over. Somebody.
And welcome our Auburn Tigers.
Four here for the Tigers. Myers drops back to pass. He's going to throw it up the middle. It's going to be Levi Kelly with the catch. He's going to make a move, get down at about the 40-yard line. Yeah. Levi Kelly really stepping up. Be 3rd and goal here from the 10-yard line. Myers going to check this one down to the corner of the end zone, and we'll wait for the signal here, but I believe it is a touchdown, and it's going to be a touchdown by Levi Kelly. He gets his revenge after dropping that last pass. Going to be a handoff to Meadows here, and Tigers defensive line gets there, just every man on him. Not able to go anywhere, just stuffed at that line. Looks like Micah Bowerstock, the first one to get there.
Yeah, the senior Micah Bowerstock was back there in a hurry. 46 here. Wraps up Cameron Meadows, and the whole defensive line swarms him. The defensive line for Auburn showing once again why they're one of the best in Alabama.
Yeah, and that run defense for sure has been great the past few weeks. Some running backs come in here that have been really solid and just haven't been able to pick up those yards.
Yep.
Now Myers going to draw back to throw this one. Sees pressure, going to run this one right up the middle. Going to get a good block from Hampton Jordan. He's still going to the 50-yard line. He broke a tackle to the 40, to the 30, to the 20. And he's going to be out of bounds near the 10-yard line. And looks like he fumbled it a little bit out of bounds, but a great run by Kason Myers.
Wow, Kason Myers just showing us again how athletic he is. Sees the blitz coming off the right side. Decides to take off, makes a couple man miss. See here, takes off. Great block by Hampton Jordan downfield. Kason Myers just lets the legs do the rest. Puts the Tigers in scoring position.
Man in motion, Antonio Welch, and you called it there, James. It's a jet sweep. Welch going to get a good block. He's going to make a man miss, and it's going to be in the end zone. It's going to be a touchdown for the Tigers.
Cooks has stepped up in a big way.
Yeah, so now going to be a 3rd and 20 here for the Blue Devils, and Lowry going to try to find a man open. He's going to just chuck this one downfield, and that is going to be intercepted by the Tigers. It's going to be intercepted by B.J. McGee, and let's see, I don't believe there's any flags in the backfield, and B.J. McGee comes up with an interception.
Yeah, B.J. McGee, the veteran defensive back on this team. Don't really know what Lowry was doing there with that throw. Wide receiver kind of fell over, was in double coverage, but B.J. McGee was able to scoop it up, get the interception. Here we see.
Yeah, the reason I said flag there is because you saw brought down in the backfield, but I was wondering if there was going to be one, but there was no call, so maybe a slip or something. Running back in the backfield for the Tigers, all 3 receivers at the bottom of your screen, and Welch going to try to get this one, but Myers going to run this one up the middle to the 20, to the 10. He's going to go to the end zone. That is a touchdown for the Auburn Tigers. Huge run from Casey Myers right up the middle. Great design play, and the Tigers are now up 20-0.
Yeah, Reese, that was the same play we ran earlier. It was a little read option. We had the 2 tight ends in. Antonio Welch comes in motion. Casey Myers able to read the linebackers, go straight up the middle. Touchdown Tigers, 21-0.
And now Daniel's going to attempt the PAT here. And like we said, that was just a great run from Casey Myers and showing off with his legs yet again. 2nd rushing touchdown of the season for him. So now Daniels with the kick, and it is going to be up and through, so the Tigers extend their lead 21-0 over the Moody Blue Devils. As Casey Myers, you see here, great run, just runs it right up the middle and is able to find a huge hole and get a touchdown. And that was a 5-play, 55-yard drive from the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, Casey Myers just showing off in this game, like you said. Right up the middle, beats out the safeties. Quick guy, touchdown Tigers.
Yeah, we see a lot of great dual threat quarterbacks, emerge to limit those penalties. Now going to be another handoff to Meadows, but he's down by Carnell Jackson. Actually going to stay up there. Going to make a few men miss, but he's going to continue to run backwards. And then he's finally going to be brought down by a ton of Tigers defenders.
Man, what a play by the Auburn defense. Carnell Jackson just bust right up through there. Wasn't able to bring down Meadows, but Meadows just kept going backwards. Not the smartest heads-up play there from Meadows. Puts him back in the Auburn goal, towards the Auburn goal line. You see here, Meadows just keeps backtracking. Parker with the missed tackle, but then Gampston and Eli Scott able to bring him down. But to start it was Carnell Jackson. Man, this Moody offense just really struggling right now. Can't get anything going.
Yeah, and you want to get those extra yards, but at the same time, you might just want to go down there and take the loss.
Yeah.
Auburn so far 3 drives, 3 scores, and now Myers going to throw this one to the outside to Cash Reef, and Cash Reef going to get a few good blocks there. He's going to be brought down near midfield. Looks like the official's going to mark him down about the 46, 47-ish yard line.
Yeah, I love that play. Cash Reef, just a really, really dynamic receiver. You see here, coming across the middle of your field. Gets the ball out quick from Myers. Great block from Levi Kelly. And Auburn set up big. 50-yard.
And now going to be a 3rd and long here for the Tigers. And Myers going to throw this one. Wow. Going to be a 1st down. And he's going to be caught, make a man miss. And he's going to finally be brought down. Joshua Askew with a great catch. Another outstanding catch from Joshua Askew.
Yeah, that's our guy, wide receiver 1, Joshua Askew. Able to create a lot of separation. Here we see a little comeback route. Myers puts it on a dime. Makes a couple people miss. Joshua Askew strikes again.
AC took some ankles right there. Whoop! And he was able to get to where he on a 1st and 10. Gonna check this. By the Tigers. It's gonna be returned for a touchdown. Aiden Parker with the pick 6.
Wow. Aiden Parker with the good hands play, man. Tipping the ball up in the air, grabbing it. Pick 6 Tigers.
A great lead so far, and you can see on this replay.
Yeah, Parker 11, tipping it up in the air, able to bring it down. Touchdown Tigers. Aiden Parker, heads up play. The big linebacker, able to read the eyes of Lowry very well. This Tigers defense just showing up big these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and defensive coordinator Coach Scott Goldsby, just a really well-minded defensive coordinator, has been able to do a lot for Auburn in his tenure here. And you see this Tigers defense just carrying all the momentum in this game so far. Roll up something to move these chains and possibly score before half. You want to get something on the board before halftime, or else this Auburn team will run away with it. Looks like it's going to be a run play, and he's going to be brought down. Just a great tackle there for the Tigers.
Yeah, Eli Scott wasn't touched. Came off the edge. See here, just like a heat-seeking missile on Meadows. Brings him down. Great tackle from the junior Eli Scott.
Yeah, comes off the edge there. Really fast edge rusher for the Tigers.
Yeah, with the way this defense is playing, I don't know why you wouldn't go for fourth down.
Myers going to drop back. Has pressure. Going to throw this one to a man wide open. Going to be caught, and the helmet comes off. Joshua Askey with a great catch. And a little bit of extracurriculars after, but no penalty thrown.
Cash Reef red zone threat, number 4.
And Myers going to throw this one up the middle to Askew. Askew going to make a 2-man miss, and he's going to be in for the touchdown. Askew almost steps out of bounds, but he gets in for the Tiger touchdown, and it is now 34-0 just before the half as the Tigers extend their lead yet again.
Man, we call his name again, Reese. Joshua Askew making things happen after the catch. Little dink and dunk play. Myers dumps it off to him. Askew shows off his speed. 6 points for the Tigers. And passes we have seen, just really elusive, but.
Gonna roll out here. Gonna find a man. Antonio Welch catches that one, makes a man miss, makes another man miss. And he is just gonna come down near the 50-yard line. Great moves there from Antonio Welch.
Man, Welch looking like a human joystick out there. Getting the ball to him, making 2 people miss. See Myers rolling out right. Giving it to Welch. 1, 2. Woo-wee. Welch making people look silly out there.
Yeah, Myers just been able to set his feet, also roll out, and just make some great throws tonight. Yard line. And like you said, like to see Antonio Welch on this play.
Yeah, we got 2 tight ends in.
And Myers going to roll out to the right. Going to try to find a man open. And it's going to be caught by Antonio Welch. Fumble to the end zone. But they are going to rule it a touchdown. So Antonio Welch does get the touchdown after the late hit. But I believe maybe they're calling that Joshua Askew might have recovered it. But it still is a Tigers touchdown. And Antonio Welch, I guess you could say, scored that one. And the Tigers extend their lead.
Yeah, Welch right here. 5. Myers rolls out right. Wide open Welch. Big hit. Able to get the ball past the plane. Touchdown Tigers. Great drive from Antonio Welch, really leading his team down the field. And Casey Myers, another passing touchdown. This Auburn Tigers offense really showing no flaws so far in this game.
Great so far. And then see Joseph Daniel puts that one up and through. So the Tigers extend their lead 41-0. So 2 Devil teams coming into Auburn. And Auburn hopefully take care of business with both of them. It's going to be another run from Caleb Thomas. And that should do it for the game, as obviously both teams going to meet in the middle. But Auburn is going to take the win 41-7. They will improve to 5-1 on the season and extend their winning streak to 4 now. And then Moody drops this one, and they will go to 4-2 on the season. But a great game for both teams. Moody just really had some mistakes that hurt them early on in the game, and Auburn was just firing on all cylinders and looked good throughout the whole entire game. But from me, Reese Kinder, and my co-host James Tippins, we hope you guys have a good evening.
She could not get in. I've been putting diamonds on all my friends. First seat ride, got the vibes packed in.
Alright, we're here. Me and Mr. God help. Auburn High School Enterprise. A great day to be an Auburn High Tiger. Coming off the best win of our lives against Opelika 17. We're still better than them at everything. Let's go Tigers.
back to work, I took time off. All the rappers got jerked due to the fact they whacking their track. Have to go back and stack cause they lack the ingredients, EPMD and scraps for that. Yo, I'm the hip-hopper, plus the soul shopper. Down with MD, yes, the microphone doctor. One wrecks, the other destroys, and if you think you're ready to mess, kill the noise. We don't play when it's time to slay. I get a cut from my homie, yo, then I lay back and mac and all the rhymes I pack, and wait for a sucker to jump and then attack.
Yeah. Wow.
Will drops back, throws it deep, and it's gonna be caught by Joshua Askew. To the 20, to the 10, to the end zone. Omar Matson in for the score.
13 hours till I land, had me out like a light, 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 like a light. Yeah, Pastor Dawson said he sending texts, ain't sending kites. Yeah, he said keep that on like
Omar Matson's gonna score.
Yeah, it's absolute.
60.
Pulling here, trying to start a fight. Trying to start a You ain't got a chance, boy. What you think? I'm doing everything but the kitchen sink. I try to be feeling in the neighborhood. I know all of the grannies wanna sip their tea. And here you come, all barging in. All ugly like a brown fur cardigan. We can skip the monologue and the arguing. I'm like, on here trying to start a fight. On here trying to start a fight. Bang. Pulling here, trying to start it. Pulling here, trying to start it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Doug Sanford Stadium for tonight's game between the Central Phoenix City Red Devils and your Auburn High School Tigers. Thank you for being here tonight as we come together for our Pink Out the Duck game, an event dedicated to raising awareness and support for breast cancer research through the American Cancer Society. Every year in the United States, about 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in her lifetime. That's nearly 300,000 new cases expected this year alone. And while it is less common, men can also be affected. Around 2,800 men are diagnosed annually. Breast cancer touches so many lives: mothers, sisters, daughters, friends, and even teammates in our community. That's why tonight we stand together wearing pink to honor survivors. Remember those we've lost and fight for a future without breast cancer. Our Auburn High cheerleaders are joining in the effort with a special fundraiser called Jump for a Cure. During the game, they'll be taking on the challenge of completing jumps and tumble passes for donations. $1 for a jump and $5 for a tumble pass. Not only will this bring excitement to the sidelines, but every single dollar goes directly to the American Cancer Society to fund research, provide support, and save lives. Let's cheer them on. Show your love for our cheerleaders. Dig into your pockets and donate tonight. Together, every small act adds up to make a powerful difference. Let's hear for the girls, Jump for a Cure. And let's hear for all the warriors, fighters, and survivors of breast cancer. probable starters for the Auburn High School Tigers. At defensive line, number 0, Colin King. At defensive line, number 99, Carnell Jackson. At defensive line, number 9, Hunter Brown. At defensive end, number 46, Micah Bowersock. At defensive end, number 13, Cameron Creighton. At linebacker, number 15, Will Lee. At linebacker, number 11, Aiden Parker. linebacker, number 25, Alex Gamston. At corner, number 1, BJ McGee. At corner, number 2, Cortez Cooks. At safety, number 4, Isaac Benford. At safety, number 18, Graham Forthofer. Now for your offense. On the offensive line, number 55, Rajon Davidson. Offensive line, number 62, Tucker Albin. Offensive line, number 68, Kieran King. Offensive line, number 64, Jaden Spinks Evans. Offensive line, number 75, Trenton Pritchett. Tight end, number 44, Hampton Jordan. Wide receiver, number 7, Joshua Askew. Wide receiver, number 5, Antonio Welch. Wide receiver, number 4, Cash Reef. Wide receiver, number 3, Levi Kelly. Running back, number 2, J.J. King. And your quarterback for the Auburn High School Tigers, number 15, Kason Myers. On special teams, the kicker punter, number 39, Joseph Daniels. The holder, number 27, Cooper Bailey. The long snapper, number 86, Oliver Daniel. And ladies and gentlemen, the head coach for the Auburn High School Tigers, Keith Etheridge.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Judgment matchup between Auburn and Central. My name is Reese Kinder, my co-host James Tippett here, and Trip Upton, studio host tonight. James, great to be back. Another week of high school football. How you feeling tonight?
Doing great, Reese. Feeling great. Excited for this marquee matchup against the Central Red Devils and Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, and we're going to get started here. We're going to start with Auburn tonight. Auburn 5-1 on the season coming in last week. A huge win against the Moody Blue Devils, 41-7. And James, Kason Myers looking poised out there the past few weeks. What have you seen from him?
Yeah, Myers just really growing into this quarterback role with Auburn. I mean, from his legs to his arm, he's a do-it-all kind of guy, and hoping to carry that momentum into this week.
Yeah, Kason Myers, I mean, been able to throw the ball deep the past few weeks, and I've really seen signs that he can be the quarterback Auburn wants. He fits Coach Etheridge's style of offense. And then we're going to go to the receivers as well. Joshua Askew, just a great wide receiver on this team. What does Casey Myers got to do tonight to get the ball to him?
Yeah, those little screen plays we run to him, get the ball to him quick. He's a playmaker, so he makes people miss. If we can get the ball in Joshua Askew's hands, he's going to make plays happen and get some points on the board.
Yeah, and Joshua Askew, one of the fastest wide receivers on this receiving core, can beat any DB out there in 7A, I feel like. And Auburn, great weapons on that receiving core. But going to go to the defensive side of things, Auburn, has played outstanding on defense, only given up 42 points is the most they've given up against Vestavia Hills, second game of the season. Ever since then, it's just kind of been, great defensive performances. What are you looking for tonight from the Tigers?
Yeah, I mean, we lost a big leader in Greg Williams back there in the linebacking core, but Aiden Parker stepped up big way last week, pick 6. I expect most of the same from this defense. The secondary's locked down with Cortez Cooks, Isaac Benford. But more of the same for this defense, bringing pressure on the quarterback with Colin King and Cardinal Jackson up front. But this defense, has just been the focal point of this Auburn team.
Yeah, but don't forget, I mean, we got plenty of defensive stars out there that are going to show out tonight against this Red Devils team, but it should be a good matchup. But don't go away, folks. As we come back, we will have the kick here shortly.
Baumhauer's Victory Grill, Byron Smokehouse, Rocco's Chicken Joint, Guthrie's, Whataburger, Culver's, Farnell Mechanical, Auburn Collision Center, Swanson Diamond Center, the Orthopedic Clinic, and Fusakli's. We thank you for your support of Auburn High School football.
the fade like on KD. Took it to the board like on AD. Now I got the fans going crazy. Now I got the fans going crazy. Now I got the fans going crazy. CD on the body, more beats, they try to win again. Shooters right on the block, the work, I'm finna put it in. We gon' win tonight, I don't care about the business. Lacing on my tennis shoes, on my heart can't never lose. Taking off my shirt, I'm top up on the post and interview. Triple on my past that, tight up at the locker room. My teammates don't know how to act. Lose a lot, they cut them slack. Playing the scoring, plus I hustle all the double threat. I'm dropping buckets all night long, ain't stop me yet. You know my game, one level up, I need a bigger jack. I'm a dog with ball on the head. Disrespect, hit a long three, and then I turn around and start there. Snatch a rebound like I'm Draymond Green. My contribution vitals, only one wish that I got for Christmas. That do in the titles, only one wish that I got for Christmas. That do in the titles. Let's do it for the fans, this thing's going crazy. I've been ballin', right or left, ain't no telling where I take it. And if it ain't game time, trying to see game 5, I'ma let them know that I got hang time. And I hit them with the fade like on KD. Took it to the board like on AD. Now I got the fans going crazy. Now I got the fans going crazy. Now I got the fans going crazy. Hey, feeling young, but they treat me like an OG. I gotta be single for a while, you can't control me. One of those traits in a race, they can't hold me. And I show my face in the case, so you know it's me. Imitation isn't flattery, it's just annoying me. And I'm too about it. And the dirt that they do on my name turn to soil, and I grew up about it. Time for y'all to figure out what y'all gon' do about it. Big wheels keep rolling, rolling outside. 29, G5, Seaside. I've been losing friends and finding peace. But honestly, that sound like a fair trade to me. Southside, I've been losing friends and finding peace. Honestly, that sound like a fair trade to me. Look, don't invite me over if you throw another pretty party. Looking back, it's hard to tell you where I started. I don't know who loved me, but I know that it ain't everybody. I can never love her, she a busybody. Baby, if you want me, can't be turning up with everybody. Yeah, I got feelings for you, that's the thing about it. Yeah, you know that it's something when I sing about it. Yeah, mama used to be on disability, but gave me this ability. And now she walking with her head high and her back straight. I don't think you're feeling me, I'm out here being everything they said I wouldn't be, it couldn't be. I don't know what happened to them guys that said they would be. I said, see you at the top and they misunderstood me. I don't know what's happening in my heart, that's that maturity. And we don't keep it on us anymore, it's with security. I'm outside, 29, G5, Seaside. I've been losing friends and finding peace.
Kristen Herring, Superintendent of Auburn City Schools, and Dr. Gregory Moore, Principal of Auburn High School, we welcome you again to Duck Samford Stadium, home of your Auburn High School Tigers. Into the Auburn spirit as we continue the hunt for the Alabama 7A State Championship. And now for your pregame entertainment, we present the Auburn High School Marching Band. Please remain standing and join us as the band performs the Auburn High School alma mater, conducted by AHS Director of Bands, Ms. Deanna Marshall. in tonight's football game is the Auburn High School JROTC Color Guard. The commander of the Color Guard is Cadet Kason Coburn, carrying the United States flag. The Alabama State flag is carried by Cadet Keenan Bird. The guards are Cadet Blake Williams and Cadet Davon Logan Bates. Please remain standing as we honor our nation with the playing of our national anthem. The AHS Marching Band wants to encourage you to visit our concession stands this evening, run by the Auburn Band Boosters Association. All proceeds for the concession stands directly support the band programs at East Sanford School, Auburn Junior High, and Auburn High School. Concession specials tonight include Connecticut Dogs and Candy Pop, Candy Corn Popcorn. Again, welcome to the Duck, and best of luck to our guests from Central. Enjoy the game and go Tigers!
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. If you drive a Mercedes-Benz with a tag AOCCND, your headlights are on. For tonight's game. Number 1, Tony Arnett. Number 2, Joshua Greenwood. Number 10, Abe Hatmaker. Number 29, Emery Law. For the Tigers, number 5, Antonio Welch. Number 7, Joshua Askew. Number 11, Aiden Parker. And number 99, Cardell Jackson. Auburn won the toss, has deferred. Central Phoenix City will receive.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a beautiful Duck Sanford Stadium tonight. A huge matchup between Auburn and Central. James Tippins, my co-host. I am Reese Kinder. How are we doing tonight, James?
Doing great, Reese. I mean, the lights are the brightest right now. Central and Auburn, two powerhouses in 7A football. Kind of a rivalry here that's been growing in the past few years, but yeah, definitely some great football ahead.
Yeah, and Central will get the ball to start. It looks like we've seen the past few games, Auburn does decide to kick it away so they can get the ball after halftime. This is, like we said, a huge matchup for Auburn. Auburn coming in this game 5-1 after the homecoming win last week against the Moody Blue Devils. Central coming off of a tough loss against IMG Academy, 49-14. So the Red Devils looking to bounce back here.
Yeah, early in this game, we're going to get to see this high-powered Central Red Devils offense against this really, really stout Auburn defense, led by Scott Goolsby. This is what I look out for tonight. I think Auburn trusts their defense, sending them out there first, but we're going to get the first look at that here in a
Yeah, it looks like the clock not working yet, so trying to get it reset. But, yeah, going to be number 5 Auburn, number 2 Central. Like we said, Central coming off the loss last week to IMG. Couldn't get things going against IMG, but that's obviously, you know, IMG's one of the best teams in high school football. So I don't know if you're going to be able to do that if you're Central, as good as they are in the state of Alabama. IMG just way better than them. But we are now underway here in Duck Sanford Stadium as Joseph Daniel going to kick this one to the back of the end zone. So we're going to get to see this Central Red Devils offense come out first. Bobby Coleman leading at quarterback last week, 11 for 22, 239 yards, 2 touchdowns and an interception. James, what are you looking for tonight from Bobby Coleman?
Yeah, Bobby Coleman's a really, really dynamic quarterback. He's got a really big arm. As we know, he's the brother of Auburn University's wide receiver Cam Coleman, so he's got that athletic bloodline. He's got some really good wide receivers out here, Mike Bass, Braylon Everett, some just playmakers out wide. They also got some really big running backs back there, but yeah, this Central offense is rolling.
And you see here our defensive starters for tonight. Obviously, Greg Williams is out, and Will Lee will be taking over in his place as linebacker, so interested to see what happens. And fumbles the snap there. Going to run this one right up the middle, but Carnell Jackson brings him down. Actually, he's going to get out, but the Tigers, Carnell Jackson gets revenge there after missing that tackle, and he's able to bring him down for a tackle loss. Huge tackle to start this game.
Man, huge. Carnell Jackson just got back there really quick. Fumbled the snap a little bit, low snap to Bobby Coleman. Jay-Sean Woodhouse, but Carnell Jackson just wrapping him up. Missed the first one, but finishes it off. Great start for this Auburn defense.
Yeah, and Auburn coming in this game with a lot of momentum, trying to beat the Red Devils here late in the regular season, trying to make a case for playoffs, possibly the 1 seed in Region 7A.
Yeah, Auburn has not beat Central in the regular season since 2013, so it's been a while.
Now Coleman fumbles the snap again. It's going to be another handoff. He's going to make a few men miss. He's going to cut to the outside. He's up to the 30, to the 40, to the 50, and he's brought out of bounds by B.J. McGee. But finally, I mean, you saw there, that was a huge run for the Red Devils, and Auburn just not able to answer that second play.
My goodness, that offensive line. Looked like it was a broken play. Another low snap. Coleman recovers it, but big Jatori Williams. Look at this block by number 69. Gives up huge hole for Woodhouse. Woodhouse got an explosive speed. And now Central in striking distance early.
Yeah, Central just beyond midfield here at the 49-yard line. 1st and 10. So the Red Devils moving the ball early in this game. You see Woodhouse in the backfield again. Donovan Crow, the starting running back, last week 9 carries, 54 yards. Have not seen him yet, but could see him later in this game. Going to be a fake handoff. They're going to throw this one. Little check down route. He's going to cut up the middle and get a few yards and the first down. Big catch there for the Red Devils to move the chains yet again. Braden Brown, the junior wide receiver, with the catch.
Yeah, that was a really athletic play from Coleman there. He's got a defender in his face, make a little jab step, a little sidearm throw to Brown, and another first down for the Red Devils.
Yeah, this Red Devils team now in Auburn territory, almost near the red zone here, and they're going to be able to reset the chains. 1st and 10. See a couple men in motion on this play. Coleman going to fake the handoff. He's going to look for a man deep downfield. And it's 2 men to beat there, but it is overthrown.
Yeah, great coverage from Cortez Cooks there. The defense showing a little blitz there off the edge. Coleman a little under distress there. You see, just put a little too much on it. Again, great coverage from Cortez Cooks. We've seen that all year from these Auburn DBs. some lockdown corners out there.
Yeah, great coverage. So Auburn 2nd and 10 here on the defensive side of things, trying to stop Central from getting that first down. Central's been able to move the ball pretty well here to start this first drive, so this Auburn team looking for a stop.
They're going to get Carnell Jackson on a offsides penalty.
Now, looks like it is going to be a false start, actually, on the Red Devils, so that's going to move them back. That's going to be 2nd and 15 now. Good for that Auburn defense. You know, had the tackle for loss to start the game. Central has answered so far and been able to move the ball almost to Auburn's 32-yard line, but now moved back near the 40.
Yeah, you know, head coach Patrick Nix, you know, you can always expect him to bring that high-powered offense. You know, every year they always have those dynamic players, and continuing that here with Bobby Coleman, all these threats out wide.
And Coleman's going to hand this one off. He's going to be brought down. That Tigers defensive line. This great stop there.
Yeah, this time it was B.J. McGee coming from his quarterback position. It was a little blitz. You see number 1, B.J. McGee, not showing blitz. And the last second shows blitz. Great tackle. B.J. McGee, the senior leader.
And so this Red Devils team faced with a 3rd and really long, 3rd and a mile basically here. If they want to get in field goal range, they're going to have to get a few more yards. See what Bobby Coleman can do.
If you're Auburn, you're bringing pressure. It's worked this drive so far. Good for 27 Eli Scott to get back there quick.
Going to draw back the pass here. The Tigers defense bringing a lot of pressure. Coleman is going to be brought down by Aiden Parker.
That's the guy right there. Greg Williams goes down. Leader Aiden Parker steps up. Big sack from number 11 here to stall this Central drive, and looking like a punt. See 11, Aiden Parker here, the leader of this defense. Hubbard's downfield does a great job. Parker bounces off a tackle, brings Bobby Coleman down. Great start for this Auburn defense.
So Auburn's defense Central was able to get down there near the 30-yard line, but Auburn's defense comes up with a huge stop here. Now the punt unit for the Red Devils is going to come out. And not an ideal start for Patrick Nix and his team. Looks like a great kick here. Going to be catchable. Looks like he will be brought down. Wonder if that's going to be fair catch interference, because he did signal fair catch, and Cash Reef obviously wants the flag. I thought the flag was going to be thrown, but no call here from the officials. See, they're kind of meeting to decide. It looked like fair catch interference because you saw the hand go up at the end there. We will get to see the Tigers offense come out here either way, without a flag or not, but it looks like there is a flag on the field. We'll be able to move Auburn up. And you'll see on the replay here after the punt. Yeah, you see signals fair catch and already brought down. So that's going to be a fair catch interference. Not an ideal start for the special teams unit in Central. But now we're going to see the Tigers offense come out. Kason Myers leading the charge for the Tigers last week, 18 for 27, 196 yards and 3 TDs against Moody. And looks like an early penalty. Like we mentioned, I mean, Kason Myers, just a great start for him this season. You know, a lot of questions those first 2 games, but ever since then, he's just been able to, you know, fire on all cylinders and look like the quarterback Coach Etheridge needs.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal as of late. He's just showing us how athletic he is. I mean, last game it was the run game and the pass game. I mean, took off for a big 40-yard run and then finished it with his arm. So, do-it-all kind of guy, but is the pass caught by Joshua Askew here?
Yeah, great early pass, and that's one we mentioned in pregame. Joshua Askew, a big name to look out for tonight on this Tigers offense. You know, the offense is able to move the ball a lot. Keith Etheridge loves the first drive. He loves to go fast tempo, so he's already doing it here to start. And Myers is going to take it himself to the outside, going to break a few tackles, going to be brought down. You see here, for the refs to spot it, looks like it's going to be 3rd down and 6 here for the Tigers. Hampton Jordan in motion, the big tight end for the Tigers. And Myers going to fake the pitch. He's going to run to the outside to the 30, and he's going nowhere, but there is a late flag But that Red Devils defense all over Casey Myers.
Yeah, just swarmed him. Sophomore defensive tackle Marcus Price back there in a hurry, but there's a flag.
Yeah, it looked like it's going to be a holding against the Tigers' offensive line potentially here.
Casey Myers on the carry.
Let's see what the call is. Yeah, it's going to be a holding. Both teams already starting with penalties on offense. And we'll see the Tigers special teams unit come out. Joseph Daniel will be punting today for the Tigers. Be a 4th and long here. So far, both teams already first drives in, and both teams have punted. Great snap, and gonna be able to boot this one away. I mean, a great punt there from Joseph Daniel. See where it lands. Looks like it's going to take a central bounce back to Auburn territory, and not good for Auburn. That one bounced back, had a little bit of backspin, so Bobby Coleman going to come back out there yet again. After last drive, had that struggle late in the drive on 3rd and long. You saw Aiden Parker with the big tackle, able to bring him down.
Yeah, I think defense coordinator Scott Goolsby is going to continue to bring that pressure on Bobby Coleman. I think he gets a little flustered. He's a really athletic kid. He's good at rolling out in the pocket, but when he's in the pocket, somebody's in his face, it's a little harder for him to deliver those deep balls we've seen from him.
Yeah, Woodhouse back there in the backfield, in at running back. And Coleman trying to hurry up here. See the clock almost winding down to 0. Gonna hand this one off to Woodhouse.
Wow.
He's been brought down. Carnell Jackson, a big tackle for loss yet again. Carnell Jackson, big dude. You're not getting through that.
Yeah, Carnell Jackson, you see right here, going against the nose tackle, little swim move, just pushes him off and brings down Woodhouse. And this run game has been stopped by Carnell Jackson so far.
Now the Red Devils gonna be with a 2nd and long now. Actually 2nd and 10, no gain on the play. So Central, see what they'll do here in Tiger territory. It's gonna be a fake handoff there, and Coleman gonna go to the outside. Alex Gamson almost gets there. He's finally brought down, but you see there is a flag in the backfield. Actually, multiple flags in the backfield. I believe this will be on Central.
Bobby Coleman on the quarterback keeper. Tackle made by number 1.
And haven't really seen Central try to throw any balls deep. And honestly, against this Auburn secondary, it's gonna be really hard to do that with Cortez Cooks, BJ McGee back there.
Yeah, I definitely think going into this week, it was definitely a game plan to limit those deep balls that we've seen from Bobby Coleman in this defense. But you see here, just getting a little too handsy with Cam Crate. It's going to push the Central Devils offense back.
Yeah, way back here. Beyond midfield, it's going to be a 2nd and 20. 10-yard penalty for the Devils. Yeah, you see the Central faithful has shown up to Duck Sanford Stadium to watch their team hopefully get a win. Coleman going to fake the handoff again, and he's going to be brought down. Huge tackle again, tackle for loss. Elijah Scott coming up with a big play.
And ended with Elijah Scott, but it started with Alex Camps. You see here 25 creeping down. Did the last play, gets past the blitz, makes Bobby Coleman step up. Eli Scott brings him down. That's 2 sacks early for this Auburn defense, and this defense just proving why it's one of the best in the states.
Yeah, and you saw right there too, it looks like Gamson gets held from the back. No call, but great play from this Auburn defense. And now going to be a 3rd and really long here for the Red Devils. Coleman going to drop back to pass, and he's just going to check this one down a little bit, and it's going to be brought down near the 50. And it looks like he gains a little bit, but I don't know what Central's going to do here after that pretty long pass. Looks like they will bring out the punt unit. And a great throw from Bobby Coleman.
Yeah, he found his favorite receiver, Mike Bass here, the senior.
Yeah, last week had 3 catches, 76 yards. So Central will have to bring out the punting unit for the 2nd time already tonight, and we're not used to seeing that. You know, Central's team, high-powered offense, they've scored 50 points in 4 out of their 6 matchups this season.
Yeah, this was the storyline going into tonight. You know, this high-powered Central offense versus this Auburn defense. It's looking like it might be a defensive battle.
This one is going to be returnable. And Cash Reef going to try to return it, but he'll just go out of bounds near the 15-yard line. Looks like he's going to be down about the 13. So Kason Myers and the Tigers offense will come out once again. Last drive 3 and out. James, what do you want to see from the Tigers this drive?
Yeah, I don't really like the hurry-up play calls and then just let Kason Myers run. Those design run calls are good in certain situations, but I think we need to pick on this Central secondary. You know, they've been struggling these last couple of weeks, giving up a lot of points, but I trust Kason Myers' arm and I trust these receivers. So I think right here, Kason Myers going empty. It's a good sign for this Auburn offense.
And Myers dropping back to pass. He's going to feel the pressure, and he's going to be brought down. Ton of Red Devils defenders there. Brings down Kason Myers. Looked like the first one to get there was Tristan Lyles, the senior. Number 44 player in Alabama, has offers from Auburn, Georgia Tech.
Yeah, Lyles, the leader of this defense. Speedy edge rusher. He's all over the place. But, yeah, he's one of the top recruits in Alabama. And he's got his hands full tonight.
Another run up the middle for Kason Myers. He's going to pick up a few there, maybe near the original line of scrimmage, so maybe about 5 yards. So it's going to be a 3rd and long here for the Tigers.
Man, you really don't want to go 3 and out again. This would be really 2 quick 3 and outs.
Yeah, and I know Joseph Daniel has the leg to pin Central deep, but still, I mean, you don't want to be punting from your 10-yard line.
Yeah.
Myers going to draw back to pass here. He's going to just check this one down. The running back intercepted by the Red Devils. A tipped interception intended for Jaden King, and the Red Devils come up with a huge turnover.
Yeah, just tipped the hands of Jaden King there. Marquise Cooper, the junior, able to bring it down. And you see here, Myers takes his time back there. Jaden King coming off a block. Just a little too high. Great play by Cooper on the ball. Sets up the Red Devils in the red zone.
And like you mentioned, Jaden King missed that pass right there. And great eye coordination there from Central to get that interception. So now we will see the Tigers defense come back out here again, and the Red Devils in the red zone here to start this drive. Now, Bobby Coleman going to fake the handoff, going to throw this one up the middle, and it is going to be a touchdown for the Red Devils. And that is Mike Bass with the catch.
Yeah, their go-to guy. A little read option here from Bobby Coleman. Reads the eyes of the linebackers. The linebackers crash. Bobby Coleman on a little slant route to Mike Bass. 6 points for the Red Devils.
Yeah, so Central gets on the board first, capitalizes immediately after that Auburn turnover, and going to go for the extra point here. Caincio puts that one up and through, so it is 7-0. Central immediately scores after the Auburn turnover, and like you said, James, that read option.
Yeah, Coleman sees the linebackers crash. Does a great job putting the ball right where it needs to be. Paul receiver and Bass, and brings it down. Great play from the Central offense. Just what Patrick Biggs wanted.
Yeah, so great start for the Red Devils here, and Auburn gonna have to answer.
Yeah, we haven't seen that from Kason Myers as of late. He hasn't turned the ball over in the last 4 games. Breaks that streak here, but yeah, definitely need to bounce back. This offense has been struggling. Love to see the run game. Jaden King get back after missing last game. Really dynamic running back. Maybe even get it to him in the passing game.
And Sparks will be the kickoff man tonight for the Red Devils. Going to kick this one away here to the Tigers, and this will be returnable. And Tigers just going to call fair catch. It's going to be a touchback. Antonio Welch calling fair catch. So this Tigers offense coming out. Last drive did not go well at all, but we're going to take a quick live look in. And you see these region games, some of non-region games playing right now. And Thompson Hewitt 3-3 currently in the second quarter. See Enterprise also down 7-0. Yeah, as we mentioned, Auburn trying to gain momentum back after turning the ball over early. Nothing you can really do about that. Just got to move on and see what Casey Myers can do. And in motion here, going to throw the little screen pass to Askew, and he is brought down. Huge tackle for loss for the Red Devils. No gain on that play.
Yeah, you see senior here, Amari Law, number 29, reads this perfectly, brings down Askew. He's definitely been watching film. It's a play we run a lot to Askew. Reads it like a book, brings down Askew.
I mean, another screen pass here for the Tigers, and he cannot go anywhere. Just another tackle for loss. Same play, but that one was to B.J. Collins.
Yeah, this time it was Jamad Mack. Read it again. These Central defensive backs stepping up in a big way. Reading this Auburn offense really well early. And this Auburn offense is sputtering, not as we've seen in these last couple of weeks, but
yeah, I think right now you're going to have to go away from the screen passes and see if you can possibly air this one deep and get a first down. 3rd and 12 here for the Tigers with 3:08 in this first quarter. And Myers in an empty set now. Going to throw this one to a wide open man, Joshua Askew, but his incomplete, broken up.
It's Jamad Mack again, back-to-back plays. Wasn't a great ball there from Myers, but great defensive play from Mack, swatting it down, and another 3 and out.
And great coverage there from Mack on the pass play to Askew. And you know, you wonder too, is like the Tigers defense gonna have to come back out here yet again. They could already be really tired after forcing Central's 2 3 and outs and then giving up that touchdown, but Daniel's gonna kick this one away here, and it will be returnable, but it will take an Auburn bounce this time, and he is gonna pick it up and try to return it. Makes Fewman miss. He's gonna go to the outside near the 50-yard line. Alex Gamson will bring him down. Actually, yeah, it looks like they will call him out of bounds at the 50. He did continue to go, but he's near the 50-yard line, but there is a flag just behind midfield. Wonder if that's going to be a horse collar or maybe a hold. And there is an injured player in the backfield.
Yeah, but Reese, as you said, this Central offense really just controlling the time of possession. Yeah, this Auburn defense coming in, one of the best in the state, but yeah, put on the ropes early. Has to be a little fatigued coming in here already.
Yeah, we'll see what this Tigers defense can do, and it looks like it was a penalty on Auburn, a horse collar, but will be declined. So yeah, Central getting a great start yet again, and this Auburn defense, you wonder if they'll be able to stop them again. You see right there at the end, Alex Gamson just can't do that, but you know, trying to make a play at the end of the day, and a late flag. And it looks like the injured player was able to get up on his own feet, so hopefully he is okay. Auburn already banged up with Greg Williams out for this game, and Auburn defense trying to just force some stops. They have been able to, but Central capitalized off that turnover like we mentioned, and hopefully this Auburn defense is able to come back out and do something.
Yeah, that turnover was killer, you know. This Auburn defense has been playing great, but they're put in the red zone, kind of on the ropes, but I think they'll respond good here. Maybe get a turnover of their own.
Yeah, Central going to start with, they're going to start at the 34-yard line here. Auburn's 34, actually, so really interested to see what this Red Devils team can do. Bobby Coleman had a great last drive, and just really playing solid that last drive, so we'll see. But he did have one pass. His Auburn defense secondary's very good, so we'll see what happens. It looks like it will be a timeout here, maybe from the Red Devils. Maybe just an official timeout. Yeah, James. So far in this game, what have you liked from the Tigers and the Red Devils?
Yeah, Reese, for the Tigers, it's been the defense. They really played great except for that one red zone trip caused by the turnover. And I guess that's not really what I like to see from the Auburn offense. You know, as of late, Casey Myers has done a great job protecting the ball, keeping the ball on our side. That early miscue could be killer late in the game, but as long as we respond well, I think Auburn will be fine. But for Central, it's definitely been the pass game, you know, with that touchdown pass to Mike Bass. Bobby Coleman settling in now, getting that momentum from last drive. If they look to get their two back set, Jay Sean House and Donovan Crow, two workhorses in the backfield, dynamic players. If they get the ball to them, we'll keep this Central offense rolling.
Yeah, and Central, like we mentioned, scored 50 points in 4 out of their 6 matchups this season. And they've only held opponents to about 20 points. So this Red Devils offense is high-powered, and if Auburn's defense wants to keep the offense in the game, wants to keep the Tigers in the game, they're going to have to create stops. But we are ready now here on 1st and 10. Coleman going to fake the handoff and take it himself. He's going to go to the outside, and he's going to make a few men miss, and he's finally going to be brought down near the 25-yard line. And actually, Graham Forthroffer with the tackle, but you see some extra curriculars there at the end.
Yeah, Bobby Coleman with that swagger. You see that athleticism, able to get outside the tackles. Forthroffer able to rally him down, but yeah, definitely got that chip on his shoulder, Bobby Coleman does, you know, having to live up to that 5-star Cam Coleman brother. But as of right now, showing us what he's all about.
And we did see the Red Devils get deep in Auburn territory on their first drive, but then got brought all the way back on some penalties and some tackles for loss from the Tigers defense. So we'll see if the Tigers defense is able to create those stops again. Coleman going to drop back here, going to try to find a man open. He does, and it's a fumble. The ball's on the ground.
Oh.
And you see right there just a almost missed opportunity from the Tigers. They were able to possibly jump on that one, but you see Central able to jump back on top.
My goodness, that would have been so key. Mike Bass with the reception. I think it might have been punched out by Cortez Cooks. Just wasn't able to jump on the football.
And Woodhouse able to get back on it for the Red Devils and save a turnover. Yeah, and it was Cortez Cooks on that hit there. Great hit from that young cornerback. So 2nd and 8 here for the Red Devils. It's another low snap, going to be handed off again to Woodhouse, but he's going to be brought down by Alex Gamston.
Not have the ball?
Nah, it looks like he just was kind of fighting there at the end.
Yeah, that's the second time we've seen Alex Gamston get back there in the backfield quick. Great job. You see 25 here, the leader, the senior. Great job bringing down Woodhouse. His run game hasn't had much.
Yeah, biggest run, I believe, is that Bobby Coleman run we saw a few minutes ago. Like you mentioned right there, Alex Gamston with a huge tackle. So 3rd and 8 here for the Red Devils. See 4 receivers out wide. Coleman going to drop back here. Has pressure. He's almost brought down. He is brought down. That's Elijah Scott and Will Lee. But there is a flag near where the sack occurred. Looks like a little bit further back, but this could be a holding on the Red Devils.
Man, Greg Williams goes down. Will Lee steps up. Great job bringing the pressure. Gets back to Bobby Coleman. Eli Scott out to rally him down, but this Auburn defense stepping up big, pushing them out of field goal range. As you see again, it's an all-out blitz. The whole time, Will Lee reading the snap count. Auburn defensive line stepping up once again.
And it will be a 4th and a mile here.
Looks like they're going to punt.
Yeah, weird punt formation for the Red Devils here. But this play should be the last play of the first quarter. He's going to be able to punt this one away, but it will sail out of bounds. Great punt there for the Red Devils, and it's going to go out of bounds near the 15-yard line with about 4 seconds to go here in the first quarter. And Auburn's offense is going to come back out here yet again. So far, hasn't looked, like the Auburn offense we've seen these past 4 weeks, but we'll see what Casey Myers can do and make those adjustments here in the last play of the first quarter and then go into the second quarter.
Yeah, I would love to see Myers just get that momentum, get his arm going. You know, those quick little screen routes to Askew and those jet sweeps to Antonio Welch. Just get that momentum going, get that confidence, and then bring out those QB runs. Get this offense to its bread and butter, and Tigers will be rolling.
Man in motion here. Going to fake the handoff. Myers going to run up the middle, and he's going to be brought down. A great run there from Casey Myers to end the first quarter. So at the end of the first quarter, it will be 7-0. The Red Devils are leading after a Bobby Coleman touchdown. But don't go away, folks. When we come back, second quarter action is here.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to introduce our 2025-26 cheerleaders. Sophomore, Livy Isboy. Quan Cox. Kaylee Reese.
Games going on all across the state of Alabama. First, Dothan, Opelika. Dothan driving. They scored a touchdown first, but they just threw an interception to Opelika. That's a low-scoring ball game right there. Let's head over to Thompson Hewitt Trustville, one of the biggest games in the state of Alabama today. Trent Seaborn just threw a touchdown pass to take the lead in that one. They lead 10-3 over the Hewitt Trustville Huskies. That's on WOTM Game of the Week. Moving back to Region 2, Carver versus Enterprise. Carver has scored 2 touchdowns. They scored in their first possession and then scored midway through the first quarter. That game, if Enterprise loses, they are out. Carver is in with a win. Jag Smith Station. Smith Station up 14-6 over Jag. And we will send you back to Reese and James to call the second half. Hopefully, Casey Myers and this offense can put some points on the board in the second quarter.
Thank you, Tripp, for that update. You know, obviously, some big region games tonight, James. Some big implications for the playoffs. But ready to start the second quarter here. Auburn Tigers 2nd and 1. Myers going to fake the pitch here, and he will get nowhere. It looks like no gain. And actually some extracurriculars there at the end, but no penalty called. And you see that Central Red Devils defensive line able to come up with a huge stop there on 2nd and 1.
That linebacker, Brendan Core, got back there. Read the eyes of the quarterback really well. Knew he wasn't going to make the pitch. Brought down Casey Myers. 3rd and 1 here. Love to see that jet sweep read play we run with Antonio Welch.
Like I said, 3rd and 1 for the Tigers. See what they do. Just going to be a handoff here, run up the middle, and he's going to be basically suplexed at the end of that play. Jaden King coming off injury last week, and you wonder how they can utilize him tonight, but we'll see what the ref does spot the ball. I believe they will give him the first down, so that will move the chains just enough for Jaden King to get that first down.
My goodness, what a hit by Trent Timmis, the junior linebacker. Just basically manhandled Jaden King right there at the line. Depends on where the refs spot the ball here, but this Central defense stepping up in a big way early.
Yeah, and this Central defense, a lot of young players and a lot of older players too. The defensive line, very experienced. And then that DB room also. Tony Arnett, the Liberty commit, has just been great this season as well. 70th in the state of Alabama. And those linebackers for Central, great leadership there. And this Central team on defense is just very, very put together. And there will be a penalty after the play. And this is going to move Auburn way up just near their own 40-yard line.
Yeah, I think they got Central on that unnecessary roughness, maybe picking up Jaden King, throwing him to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do that if you're Central. Those penalties cost you at the end of the day. And I'm sure Coach Patrick Nix obviously frustrated with that call. And Myers going to draw back to throw here. It's caught by Antonio Welch for a first down. A little bit of confusion from the Red Devils defense. They were just all flustered. And Tony Welch able to catch that pass for first down.
Yeah, great play call by Etheridge there. Little trickery. Looks like they might have gone to Levi Kelly with the screen. Myers gets it right up the seam to Welch. Looking to go to a little hurry up here. I love what I'm seeing from this Auburn offense.
Jaden King in motion here. Myers going to drop back. Oh, Myers going to find a man almost wide open, but it's just overthrown. And that was Jaden King, ran a wheel route, but is incomplete. That would have been a huge play for the Tigers.
My goodness. Jaden King, you see here, number 2 in motion. Beats out all those DBs. Oh, that would have been a touchdown. Myers misses another receiver.
And
just fingertips away.
It's going to be a 2nd and 10 here for the Tigers in Central Territory. Going to drop back is Myers. Myers can't find anybody. Myers just going to throw this one away, and we'll see if a flag comes in. I don't know if that's intentional grounding. And it looks like they did say a receiver was near there, so there will be no intentional grounding, and the Tigers going to be faced with a 3rd and long.
Yeah, this Central defensive line doing a great job of pressuring Myers. We've seen that all year. When Myers gets a little flustered, he really doesn't know what to do, kind of doesn't make the greatest decisions. That's where we see the turnovers come into play. But if you're Central, you keep bringing that pressure.
Yeah, now 3rd and 10 for the Tigers.
Look for big play. Joshua Askew, top of your screen. Myers go-to guy.
Going to roll out, going to find a man open, and it is caught by Joshua Askew. He's not going to be able to get the first down, but you wonder if Coach Etheridge is going to be risky here and go for the 4th and 5.
Yeah, I think why not, you know. This defense is playing so well right now. I think you got to get this offense rolling. Looking good so far.
Actually, 4th and 4 here for the Tigers. And if you're Myers, you got to forget the mistakes you had against Vestavia week 2. You got to be able to provide in this big game. And like you mentioned, James, like we mentioned earlier in the week, Myers is going to have to lead this offense. Going to have to become a leader. The junior quarterback going to have to find his open receivers, and they will go for it, actually. Myers going to see pressure. Myers going to break a few tackles. He's going to throw this one. It is almost caught. It's incomplete, just out of the reach of his receiver. That was intended for Jaden King again, but Kason Myers just could not find a wide open receiver, and the Tigers are going to turn this one over on downs.
My goodness, that's 3 times. I mean, avoids the sack. Does a great job avoiding the sack. Could have taken off for the first down. Saw the big play down the field. Just misses Jaden King there by an inch.
And now Tigers defense is going to come back out after the turnover on downs from the offense. And Bobby Coleman, we'll get to see him again. But last drive got a lot of pressure put on him. And forced Central to not kick a field goal, not score any points on that last drive. Now Coleman going to fake the handoff, sees pressure, going to find a man open. It will be caught. Number 4, Mike Bass again. Mike Bass with a touchdown already tonight. I believe 3 receptions on the night as well.
Yeah, Bass, a really big receiver. It's kind of hard matchup. It looks like they're putting him and Cortez Cooks on an island out there. But Bobby Coleman picking on that matchup early.
Bobby Coleman trying to use his arms and his legs tonight, but using your legs tonight's not going to be fun if you're Central, because that Auburn defense is ready. And it looks like an early whistle here, and it will be a false start penalty. This will be the 2nd penalty assessed on this Central offensive line. 2 movements already tonight. If you're Patrick Nix, you might want to get with your offensive line coach and get that handled.
Yeah, this Patrick Nix offense, they always go no huddle. They go no huddle, and then they break out and they audible after every play. So that's really hard for the offensive line to hear that snap count. A lot of movement back there, but yeah, no huddle for this Patrick Nix offense. Creates a lot of confusion back there and triggers those false starts.
Yeah, and especially you got that crowd noise. Bunch of fans just yelling in your ear, and it's really hard to hear that snap count.
Yep, the unit showing out in a big way.
So it's going to be a 2nd and 8 here for the Red Devils. Coleman going to draw back to pass. Has pressure again, and it's going to be tipped and incomplete. Great coverage there from the Tigers defense. It looks like Vorhofer is there again with the coverage, and coming in for Logan Sirico this week. Vorhofer, just a great coverage there in that secondary.
Yeah, that time it looked like it was Isaac Binford, number 4, the senior. Great coverage. You see here, Coleman has some time. Binford reading the Eisman. Boom! Big hit there on big receiver Mike Bass, but Isaac Binford stepping up in a big way, the leader of this Auburn secondary.
Yeah, and you saw also Elijah Scott able to get a little bit of a hand on that ball and force the tip, so it wasn't an accurate pass. It's going to be a 3rd and 8 here for the Red Devils. Yet again, I mean, this Auburn defense showing up tonight against the Central offense we really thought was, locked in.
Yeah, expect to see pressure here from the Auburn defense.
Pressure going up the middle. Coleman going to throw this one, and it's going to be incomplete. We'll see if there is a flag, but there is no flag thrown there. Great coverage. from Cortez Cooks. Central not happy with the official there. Thought there could have been a late flag, but don't believe there was one.
Yeah, great play by this Auburn defense. Aiden Parker right up the middle, blitz all the way, wasn't touched. Gets back there to Bobby Coleman. Bobby Coleman wasn't able to put it there. Looks like flag bass might have slipped a little bit. That's why they didn't draw the flag, but the Auburn defense stepping up again.
And so now we'll get to see special teams unit for the Red Devils. So far tonight, looked pretty good, and gonna be another great punt here for the Red Devils. Will be returnable for Cash Reef, and Reef will return this one to the outside, and he's gonna be brought down. Great tackle there. Brendan Core with the tackle.
Yeah, great shoestring tackle there. Cash Reef had a lot of green grass ahead of him, but stopped there by that kick return unit.
So now we'll get to see Casey Myers in the Tigers offense. Got downfield last drive, James. What did you like from that last drive?
Man, I really liked how Casey Myers stepped up in the pocket and got it to his big play receivers. You know, we saw the plays to Joshua Askew. We saw it's a game of inches, Reese, and he missed Jaden King twice there. Hoping to fix all that up and execute this drive, finish it with 6.
Gonna be a fake handoff here. Myers gonna run this one up the middle. Another QB draw, and you know, Coach Ethers loves that play right there. Just the fake handoff, and Myers is able to go up the middle for a few.
Yeah, you'll see that play a lot. You know, he's reading the eyes of the linebackers. The linebackers go with the receiver in motion, then Myers keeps it, takes off. But that's a great play. It's our go-to play. Myers back there empty again.
Myers gonna drop back. He's gonna find a man wide open. It is Joshua Askew, makes a man miss. He's gonna cut upfield. He's gonna continue to go, and he's gonna be brought down near the 45-yard line. Tigers in Central Red Devils territory.
Man, if you get the ball in the hands of Joshua Askew, good things will happen. Little comeback route. Casey Myers puts it right where it needs to be. Askew with his breakaway speed. Auburn Tigers offense looking good as new.
A great job by Myers, able to set his feet there on that play and find his open receiver, Joshua Askew, on that comeback route, like you said.
Yeah, great block by Antonio Welch down the field.
Myers going to fake the handoff. He's going to go out to the side there, and he's going to be brought down at the end of the play. Just a bunch of Central defenders on him, and a huge tackle.
Yeah, it looked like Marcus Price again, his second tackle for a loss.
Yeah, the sophomore.
The sophomore, big kid.
Tackle made by number 21, Marcus Price.
So the Red Devils force a tackle for loss, 1 yard. Casey Myers trying to run that one.
If I'm Coach Etheridge, I'm still wanting to get the ball to Antonio Wells and Joshua Askew.
Yeah, very speedy receivers there. And you wonder if Auburn's going to try to throw a deep ball. Myers going to draw back, going to have pressure. He's going to be brought down. A huge sack for the Red Devils here. Jeremiah Moore, a linebacker, showing blitz and just able to get that sack.
Yeah, Moore with a little swim move off the edge. Gets around R.J. Davidson. Brings down Casey Myers, and this Central defense showing us what they're all about.
So now Auburn faced with a 3rd and really long, 3rd and 16 here. And you wonder if Coach Etheridge is going to either just play it safe and run the ball and maybe get a punt, or is he going to try to let Casey Myers decide if he wants to find one of those receivers deep downfield?
Yeah, he's got 5 receivers out there. I think you let him sling it here.
Myers going to throw this one, but it's sacked by that Red Devils defense.
Tristan Lyles, first time we called his name tonight. Just a speed rusher, just bull rushes this Auburn offensive line kind of on its heels here. Tristan Lyles, number 44 player in Alabama. Just a difference maker for this defensive line. Brings down Casey Myers and stops this Auburn offense.
Yeah, just not what Auburn wanted there after the defense comes up big, and Joseph Daniel going to punt this one away. Will be returnable. He is going to try to return this one. Going to make a few men miss. Continue to make men miss, but he's going to be brought down near midfield, just behind midfield. There is a late flag coming in now. We'll see if it's on Auburn or Central.
Brown carries to the 42-yard line. There is a flag.
And it looks like it will be enforced on the Red Devils. So another penalty cost the Red Devils some yards on the punt return. Yeah, last drive, not what you wanted to see from Auburn's offense at all. And you wonder now, some question marks with Casey Myers if he's able to find those receivers. And like I said, it's a game of inches. Gonna have to adjust. Getting near halftime now, you're gonna have to adjust in halftime and come out in the second half and just hopefully figure things out. We are gonna see Central's offense come out again. And Bobby Coleman, you know, has also had his flaws in this game as well. Just not been able to see his receivers downfield. And James, what would you like to see from Bobby Coleman on this drive?
Yeah, Bobby Coleman hasn't been great reading this defense, but this defense has stepped up in a big way. I'd like to see them run the ball a little bit more. You see here, little handoff to Jay-Sean Woodhouse.
Yeah, Woodhouse can be brought down.
And this Auburn defense has just showed out in a big way. I think to get the momentum back, we need to force a turnover. We've been really good at doing those all year, but you see here, Woodhouse just stops. Aiden Parker, Carnell Jackson rallying him back. Defensive battle as of late. It's going to come down to these turnovers.
And now going to be a 2nd and 9 here. Gained 1 yard on the carry. 2nd and 8 actually gained 2 yards. And now Coleman going to hand this one off again, but he's brought down. Gets nowhere, like you said there, James. Maybe lost a yard possibly. And the Red Devils going to be faced with another 3rd and long.
Looks like Micah Bowerstock and Eli Scott. Designed run. Bowerstock sheds off a tackle. Brings down Donovan Crow.
Yeah, I also see big Colin King getting in there late.
You know, this Central O-line is not any joke. You know, they've got the number 4 player in Alabama, Jatori Williams.
And that will be caught. Looks like it's going to be a 1st down. They will move the chains. Red Devils, Octavius Slayton with the catch.
Okay, great little comeback route. Gets separation on Cortez Cooks. Bobby Coleman puts it right where it needs to be, and 1st down, Red Devils.
Yeah, still behind midfield by a little bit, but Bobby Coleman trying to move the ball and get another touchdown for this Red Devils team. So now going to be a 1st and 10. Central able to reset. Bobby Coleman trying to hurry up now. Coleman going to fake the handoff. Going to get some pressure. Going to make a few men miss there. Going to get up near the 40-yard line in Tigers territory. You see Bobby Coleman able to avoid Alex Gamson's pressure. And that was caught by number 11, Braylon Everett.
Yeah, that's that freshman receiver I was talking about. A dynamic kid, leads the team in receiving touchdowns. But, yeah, Bobby Coleman felt the pressure from Alex Gamston. Hand in his face, delivers a strike to Braylon Everett. Yards after the catch, and Red Devils offense rolling. They have controlled the time of possession this first half. This Auburn defense has to be exhausted.
Now going to be a 1st and 10 again from the 40-yard line. Coleman, a little bit of confusion there, but he's going to be able to find a receiver, and he's going to be brought down there by B.J. McGee. Number 8, Braden Brown with the catch. We've seen a lot of Central receivers just been able to get the ball tonight. And you kind of wonder, too, Central, I don't really know if they have a kicker that's able to kick from this distance, and obviously getting near the half here. If Auburn's defense is able to put up a stand, I wonder if that offense, we'll get to see Auburn's offense maybe one more time in the half.
This Auburn defense really needs to force a turnover to switch the momentum.
Now 2nd and 5 here. Coleman going to drop back to throw this one deep. And it's going to be incomplete, but there is a late flag. Bunch of flags thrown. And it looks like it will be a pass interference. B.J. McGee on the coverage.
There is a flag.
We'll see. Maybe it could be an offensive pass interference. You see linebacker Greg Williams, who is injured, was on the sideline saying it looks like it was against Central possibly, and it looks like it will be. I don't know. Officials kind of making a decision here. And it will be a shot block against the Red Devils. I thought it was a pass interference, but it will be declined. So Central gonna just lose the down now.
It looks like the penalty's offset. Looks like they called a chop block on them and a pass interference on us.
So as we replay down here for the Red Devils, will be 2nd and 5.
It's the first time we've seen Bobby Coleman take a shot down the field. These Auburn defensive backs up for the task. You see they've been put on islands. BJ McGee, Cortez Cooks.
2nd and 5 yet again. Coleman gonna drop back here. Gonna fire this one up the middle. It's gonna be caught, and it's gonna be a first down. Brought down by BJ McGee, but Octavius Slatton with the catch.
Yeah, Slayton again. They got a variety of receivers out here. Coleman just spreading the wealth to all of them. This Auburn defense needs to get some stops here if they want the offense to score before halftime. Oh, it's coming back again. Wow, these penalties are killing their drive.
We'll see what the head official has to say. Possibly a holding. Looks like it was a holding there on the Red Devils, so gonna bring them back. And like you said, penalties have killed these Central drives. Not just penalties. I mean, it seems like Central, every time they get close to Auburn territory, they've only made it in the red zone, I believe, twice, maybe 3 times tonight. But Auburn's just brought them all the way back due to tackles for loss, sacks. I mean, penalties, just everything you can name has hurt the Red Devils tonight on the offensive side of things. And like the defensive side of things, they've been great, but you know, eventually you got to come up with answers. Gonna be a handoff here. Gonna run up the middle. Gonna make a few men miss. Finally gonna be brought down to BJ McGee and Elijah Scott. Jayshon Woodhouse able to carry for almost a first down. Gets back to the original spot of the ball, near the original spot of the ball. So it is 3rd and 4 now for the Red Devils.
Chewing a lot of clock.
Yeah, if you're Patrick Nix, you do not want Auburn to get the ball back with a potential chance to score. Coleman going to hand this one off up the middle, but he's going to be brought down. Bunch of Tigers defenders get on top of him. So now Central's got a decision to make. Will they continue to let the clock run and just bring the special teams unit out to punt this one away, or will they go for it?
Yeah, great job by Will Lee. Planting his foot in the ground, getting a big tackle. Will Lee stepping up in a big way. Filling in the shoes of Greg Williams, the leader of this defense.
Yeah, so we'll see here. Patrick Nix is going to be bold to potentially go for it, and it looks like he will be going for it here on 4th and 5. Coleman going to drop back, has a lot of pressure, going to step up in the pocket. He's going to fire downfield, and it is going to be caught. It looks like the official's going to mark that one as a catch. Down near the red zone.
Brandon Brown, toe tap catch. Great play from Bobby Coleman. Extends this drive. See here, Bobby Coleman taking his time, got a lot of time, feeling the pressure. Great ball. Brandon Brown looking like another 8. Looking like another number 8 we've seen on Central.
Yeah, and Isaac Benford not able to get there at the end of the play. He thought maybe he could leap and potentially make a catch there. And Coleman going to go all the way back here, going to fire this one downfield, and it's going to be incomplete out of bounds. But like I was saying, you thought Benford was going to be able to jump out and possibly deflect that ball, but just not able to. And Central, after that missed pass, now with a 2nd and 10 near the 10-yard line.
Yeah, but you see here, this Auburn offense Auburn defense just exhausted. Lots of hands on hips. They've been out here for a while this first half. The offense has got to do better in the second half if they want any chance of winning this game.
Yeah, and you're not out of it yet. Even if Central scores another touchdown, you still have a chance to possibly answer and get a field goal up on the board. And Auburn does get the ball to start the second half, so Auburn just got to capitalize off some of these mistakes.
Definitely need to stop right here. Big red zone stop.
2nd and 10 here. Coleman going to hand this one off. Going to be brought down by Elijah Scott. Just a great tackle for loss. Another one we've seen tonight. this Auburn defense coming up in a huge way, is able to create another stop.
Yeah, you see here Bobby Coleman. It's a little read option. Eli Scott and Carnell Jackson got back in a big way. Bobby Coleman should have held on to that one. Not the right read, but this Auburn defensive line, another tackle for a loss.
Yeah, so now the Red Devils going to be faced with a 3rd and 13 here with 22 seconds to go. Patrick Nix is going to call a timeout as Auburn's defense going to be able to get a little bit of a breather. But James, so far in this game, so far in the first half, just a slugfest. I mean, it's been teams just not been able to score. Central, the only score was Bobby Coleman, that read option play after the interception. And what have you seen from both teams in this game?
Yeah, the key to this game has been that one turnover, Reese. The early miscues from this Auburn offense, missing receivers downfield. Multiple times there could have been a touchdown. And then also setting up Central in the red zone with that interception was just killer. As we take a live look in here, it looks like Smith Station, 21 points in this first half over Jag. Be a big division win for Smith Station, getting their first one of the season. But yeah, Reese, just a slugfest, as you said. This Auburn offense really has got to step up in the second half. And if they want any chance of winning this thing, Casey Myers has got to be more accurate, getting the ball to his dynamic receivers.
Yeah, so now Auburn's defense going to come back out there. Like we said, they just look out of breath, hands on hips. I mean, you've been out there a lot tonight, but thank God, I mean, that Auburn's defense been able to stop them, or this Red Devils team could be up way more, but Auburn's defense has come up in a big way tonight.
Yeah, holding them to a field goal here would be huge.
22 seconds here, 3rd and 13. Coleman going to draw back, has pressure, going to fire this one to the end zone. And it's going to be broken up by Forthroffer. Huge deflection. Able to come up with a big stand there. That was going to be a touchdown. I mean, he was going to catch that ball. Forthroffer able to come up with a huge stop.
My goodness, Bobby Coleman had a wide open receiver in the middle of the field, chose the other one. Graham Forthroffer playing a great play on the ball, knocking the ball away, keeping Central from getting in the red zone. But man, this Auburn defense stepping up in a huge way.
And you see Patrick Nix going to take a timeout here. It looked like he had too many men on the field, and you can't make that mistake. But you wonder here, this crowd going to get really loud on this 4th down on the field goal. Does Central have it in them to make this field goal?
Yeah, Reese, on that last play, Bobby Coleman had a wide open Braylon Everett in the middle of the field. Easily would have had a touchdown, but was looking Braden Brown's way the whole entire time. Chose to stick it to him, but Forthroffer reading the eyes of Coleman, deflecting the ball down in the air. This Auburn defense just stepping up, all angles from the DBs to the linebackers to the defensive line, but holding them to 3 is huge.
And Forthroffer, I mean, we've seen him these past few weeks, ever since the Booker game. Logan Sirico was in there, but Sirico obviously did not play the Vestavia game, and since then Forthroffer has been taken over as that elite DB back there for the Tigers, and he's just been able to make it look easy.
Yeah, we're really just flexing our depth, I feel like, from Will Lee, Graham Forthroffer, but this Auburn team is deep.
Here we go here. This could be big for the Tigers, and this one's going to be a high snap. He's going to kick this one up, and it will be up and through. So the Red Devils extend their lead 10-0, but Auburn's defense, able to at least 3 points put up on the board there, so that will extend Central's lead. But Auburn, 11 seconds left. Obviously, I don't think you're going to do anything with those 11 seconds. You might just take this one to half and readjust the game plan. But Auburn's defense comes up with another, I guess you could say, stop there, able to force the field goal. It's always what you want.
Yeah, great job on that Auburn defense, on the ropes. Central just dragging out that drive for over 5 minutes. Defense hits an extra gear. Forthroffer with the big stop. But yeah, Reese, as you said, I think we're just going to take this one to halftime. The offense has got to be better. We gotta hold the ball for longer. Doesn't feel like the offense has been out there at all. The defense is just kind of straggling, out of breath. But yeah, this is going to be a 4-quarter slugfest is what it looks like.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I mean, 4-quarter slugfest for sure. I really feel like this game is going to come down to the wire, and there's going to be some big plays made in the second half, but I'm really excited to see.
Set to kick number 18, Keegan Sparks.
And now the Red Devils are going to have the kickoff unit out there to hopefully kick this one back for a touchback. The last time Auburn was able to return it, but did not. They called fair catch. It's going to be Sparks here on the kickoff. Sparks boots this one away, and this will be returnable, but it's just going to sail to the back of the end zone for a touchback. And Auburn's offense going to come out again, but I don't really think we'll see much. I think we'll just see maybe a kneel out, maybe a shot deep at first, but we'll just have to see. Casey Myers so far tonight hasn't looked his best, but still trying to get the Tigers on the board. It's 11 seconds here in the second quarter. Myers in the backfield. Running back Jaden King. Myers just going to hand this one off to King. King going to bounce off the tackler. He's going to go up the middle for a few yards near the 30-yard line, but it looks like they will just let the clock run out and take this one to half. And that is going to do it for first half action between the Central Red Devils and the Auburn Tigers. Central up 10-0 going into halftime. But don't go away, folks. When we come back, we will have second half action. Auburn gets the ball when we start the second half.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Phoenix City Schools, Central High School, Principal Chris Lindsay, Director of Band, Mr. Calvin Scott, we proudly present the Red Devil Regiment Marching Band. Assistant Directors are Adam Hall, Rick Browning, Mr. John Rogers. The color guard is under the direction of Mrs. Lachey Scott. The Wildcat dancers are sponsored by Ms. Roseanne Corbett. The band is under the field direction of drum majors Ella Knight and Shakira Baldwin. Band captains Jaden DuBose and Haley Grimes. This evening, the Red Devil Regiment invites you to a powerful journey through the sights and sounds and rhythms of Latin culture. Get ready for soaring brass, sultry grooves, driving percussion as the energy of Latin music comes to life on the field. Drum majors, is your band ready? We begin tonight's performance with an exciting medley featuring Mr. Shane Porter's original composition, Tango con el Diablo Rojo, Tango for the Red Devils, followed by the legendary Chicorea's jazz fusion classic Spain, featuring trumpet soloist Cody Coon. Next, we feature the unforgettable sound of Carlos Santana's soulful ballad, Europa, with alto saxophone soloist Yoshi Lewis, and bringing the heat to the field with Cabello's sizzling international hit, Havana. We conclude tonight's program with a medley reprise of Tango con El Diablo Rojo and the popular Malagueña.
Update during the halftime. Auburn, 0 points on the board right now, but hopefully they will be able to score more. But that has been the trend across the state of Alabama so far tonight. Let's look in first. It's halftime in Opelika. The Bulldogs down 14-10 over the Dothan Wolves And there's not been a lot of scoring there, a lot of turnovers. Dothan scored first with about 3 minutes left in the first quarter and took a 14-0 lead after a couple interceptions, and Opelika has pulled within 4 in that one. We are also at halftime for one of the biggest games of the week, Thompson versus Hewitt Trussville. There's been a lot of action in that ball game. First, what happened was a field goal for Thompson after a drive stalled out for them. There also was before that a big field goal by Hewitt Trussville. Then afterwards, a blocked field goal by Thompson and a touchdown after that. A beautiful dime by Trent Seaborn for the Warriors. The Thompson Warriors lead just slightly 13-10. Now let's go to a game that has yet to get to halftime. It's in region. Carver versus Enterprise. The Carver Wolverines were up big early, 28-0. Enterprise has cut the lead down to 7, but looks like their playoff hopes could be dwindling as they needed to win tonight to clinch, or at least to get into the race. Our bottom left here, we have the bottom of the barrel right there with both 1 and 5 Jaguars and the Smith Station Panthers. Smith Station up 21-6. They had a drive right before halftime, stall out, and Jag was able to take the ball into halftime, only down by 3 scores. But they're going to be trying to fight and see if they can get back into this one. Our next up, we have Stanhope, Elmore, and Russell County. They're at halftime. Russell County up 21-3 over Stanhope, Elmore. We've also been paying attention to the Moody Center Point game. Moody up big. They were up 32-0 late in the second quarter earlier tonight. Finally, it's a shootout in Birmingham between Vestavia Hills and Prattville. They are tied at 21 all at halftime. We've seen a lot of trickerations, a lot of high scoring as the Rebels look to be on the hunt for the Lions to try and get into the playoffs from Region 3. It's been a big night of high school football across the state of Alabama, and we are going to be continuing live with coverage here. You're going to hear from the studio. You're going to hear from Reese and James on our live look-ins, and we'll let you know if there's anything that you need to pay attention to, whether it come from playoffs, whether it come for bracket seeding, or across Region 2 in the state of Alabama. We'll be back, and we'll send you right back down to the field for the Auburn Halftime Marching Band Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Dr. Kristen Herring, Superintendent of Auburn City Schools, Dr. Gregory Moore, Principal of Auburn High School, and Director of Bands Christiana Marshall, we present the Auburn High School Marching Band. Tonight, we invite you to take a look at our 2025 production, Up in the Air. The band is under the field direction of drum majors Emma Stackhouse, Avery Moore, Isaiah Nash, and Trey Doyle. Drum majors, is the band ready? Ladies and gentlemen, the Auburn High School Marching Band. And staff includes Sean Geiger, Joshua Wine, and Tim Chenier. Visual instructor is Gregory Stringer. Auxiliary instructors are Emma Baders, Michelle Bloom, and Megan Greer. Percussion tech staff are Corbin Williams, Eric Moore, and Josh Bird. The Auburn High School Marching Band wants to encourage you again to visit our concession stands this evening, run by the Auburn Band Boosters Association. All proceeds from the concession stands directly support the band programs at East Sanford School, Auburn Junior High, and Auburn High School.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to second half action between Auburn and Central. Obviously, halftime not over yet, but about a minute to go here before we get back underway. James, Auburn down 10-0 to the Central team. What did you see in that first half that really surprised you from Auburn and Central, and also what did you not like from Auburn and Central in that first half?
Yeah, Reese, it was the story of miscues for this Auburn offense the first half. Early interception on the second drive. Case Myers just put a little bit too much under it. Ended up being a pick and letting Central be in the red zone and obviously score off of that. But then in case of Myers, also just missing receivers downfield. Just those little miscues, define this game so far. If Myers can tune those things up, this defense for Auburn has played really well so far and can hold this dynamic offense that Central has. But yeah, if this Casey Myers and this offense can step up and play like they have been these last couple of weeks, could definitely flip the script. But for Central, I think they just kind of lean on that run game. You know, this run defense for Auburn has been really good, but I think they give it to these two backs in the backfield that Central has, these two dogs. Let them work a little bit. I haven't really seen much from them. Their defense playing great, of course. These DBs have got to freshen up a little bit for Central, though. Letting Askew and some of them get by them a little bit. But, yeah, the story of this game so far, the miscues. Hoping to clear those up for this Auburn offense. But if Casey Myers can get into his groove like we've seen him, let his legs work a little bit, do this thing with his arm, it'll be a tight game.
Yeah, certainly I agree. I mean, if you take away that interception in the red zone, I really feel like Auburn would only be down 3-0, maybe even up 7-3 here to start the second half. But looks like we are about ready to start the second half between Auburn and Central. Central has the lead 10-0, but Auburn will get the ball to start this third quarter, and we'll see Auburn's offense if they can, answer after putting up nothing in that first half. A lot of region games going on right now. Our studio host, Trip Upton, we'll have that later with some of the updates on his games, the live-looking games we're looking at tonight. A lot of region games, a lot of playoff implications coming up early. So Central getting ready to kick this one off to Auburn. So far tonight, 2 touchbacks for the Red Devils. And we are ready. We are back for second half action. Ready to start it here. We'll see if this is returnable. It is going to be returnable. The Tigers going to take this one out, and he's just going to be brought down near the 10-yard line. That Central Special Teams unit doing a great job. And honestly, if you're Antonio Welch, I don't know if you really want to return that ball next time. You might just want to let it sail to the back of the end zone. But now we will see the Tigers offense again. So far tonight, I mean, only one time it looked like the Tigers potentially could have scored, but weren't able to get that. They ended up turning the ball over on downs. So it just has not been going good for the Tigers, but we'll get to see Casey Myers, this junior quarterback, come back out.
Yeah, look for Coach Etheridge to get the ball in the hands of Jaden King, the running back. Solid of it to close the half, but really dynamic playmaker for this O-line, can hold up. Looks like there's a flag here.
And it looks like it's going to be on Central. I mean, offsides.
Central a lot. They're definitely have more yards than the flags, but the scoreboard still doesn't show it.
Yeah, Central leading in about every category, time of possession, flags. I mean, it just seems like the Red Devils have been all over tonight, but the penalties definitely are hurting. But Myers going to drop back here. He's going to step up in the pocket. He's going to fire this one deep down the field, and it's going to be incomplete. That pass was intended for Joshua Askew, just broken up there at the end. That was number 29, Amari Law, with the great defense on that play. And Myers, I mean, really good pass there, but just out of the reach of Askew.
Yeah, the O-line gave him a lot of time. He was able to step up in the pocket, throw it downfield to Joshua Askew, who's a rival target, just not able to hook up with him.
And in motion, Myers going to pitch this one off, and he's going to be brought down. Looks like maybe picked up a yard at the end there, but Jaden King not able to run very far against this Red Devil defense, and Auburn now faced already to start the second half.
Yeah, you see
third down.
Number 11, Brennan Core, just back there in a hurry, able to tackle Jaden King for a loss. But yeah, as you said, Reese, faced with another third down situation. This Auburn Tigers offense just really needs to find a groove here.
So 3rd and 5 here, no gain on that last play. Another man in motion, going to be a fake handoff here. Myers going to run this one up the middle, and he's going to get nowhere.
Yeah, that was not the read from Myers. He should not have kept that ball.
And now Auburn immediately bringing out the special teams unit here. Auburn's defense so far tonight has been able to stop Central, but the special teams has been on the field a lot tonight for the Tigers as well.
It's the 4th 3 and out for the Tigers tonight. Not what you want to see.
And Daniel's going to boot this one away. Great kick there. That one's going to go far, and the Red Devils will call fair catch. Looks like down near the 35-yard line, maybe the 33. So Bobby Coleman and the Central Red Devils offense going to come back out on the field yet again. And you know, Bobby Coleman looked a little bit flustered in that first half, wasn't able to find his receivers, and, you know, if he can do that in the second half, Central might be able to run away with this game, but so far, Bobby Coleman feeling the pressure from those big defensive linemen, and Cornell Jackson, Colin King, Cameron Creighton, and Micah Bowerstock.
Yeah, Reese, as you said, except for that one pass to Mike Bass in the end zone after the turnover, Bobby Coleman looked a little shaky. This Auburn Tigers defense really doing a great job of rattling him. Looks like there could have been some pre-snap movement here. Seen a lot of that from the Central offensive line also. His penalties being killer, but still Auburn not able to really execute on offense.
Yeah, so it's going to be a 2nd and 15 now, that false start. Pushes Central back. We've seen that a lot tonight. You know, Central gets momentum on offense, or they're getting ready to start a drive, and a penalty pushes them way back, and then Auburn's defense continues to push them back. As, for example, earlier we had like a 3rd and 25. Auburn's defense was able to push them all the way back that far. So 1st and 15 here. Coleman going to hand this one off. Going to run up the middle is Woodhouse, but he's going to gain a few yards there, but finally brought down by Aiden Parker and Colin King.
Yeah, the story of tonight for this Auburn defense has been the blitz. You see Will Lee on the blitz here. All-out blitz. Aiden Parker able to come up with the tackle, but this run game for Central has not been able to get anything so far. Shout out to this defense of Auburn.
Coleman going to draw back to pass here, has pressure. Cornell Jackson almost gets him. Coleman going to run to the outside, and Will Lee's going to chase him out of bounds. And you saw big Cornell Jackson there, almost got the sack, but Bobby Coleman, with his elusive speed, just able to avoid that sack.
Yeah, Cornell getting back there a lot. A little fluster Coleman. Will Lee leading him out of bounds. That's up a 3rd and medium for the Red Devils here. Need a big stop from this Tigers defense to get the offense back on the field.
Yeah, great job by Will Lee to avoid adding extra yards to that play. Because now it's going to be a 3rd and 8. Leave just a little bit of a timeout here. Maybe their officials meeting.
Looks like might be getting a backup center in there, getting some reps.
And if you bring in a new center, there's a potential that Bobby Coleman and that center don't link up, and there's a chance that there could be some fumbles or maybe some miscues.
We saw that earlier, a couple low snaps to start their drives. Kind of flustered. Coleman wasn't able to get through his progressions as of quick, but 3rd and 8 here for the Red Devils. I think if you're Coach Patrick Nix, you just let Bobby Coleman be athletic, you know, empty the backfield, let him go through his progressions. Offensive line gets some time, and if needed, can take off with 1st down. But this Auburn defense is what they've been doing all night, is bringing the pressure from the linebackers. I expect to see that here. Aiden Parker, Will Lee, Alex Campston, blitzing, bringing the pressure.
Yeah, it looks like Quincy Adams, the sophomore right guard, a little bit shaken up after that play, but glad he's able to get up on his own power, and we're going to be able to move on here on 3rd down and 8. Central faced with 3rd and manageable here, but Auburn's defense so far has been able to force 3rd down stops, and we'll see what Bobby Coleman can do. Coleman going to draw back, almost fumbles the snap, has pressure there, going to throw it to his man wide open, but he's going to be brought down just short of the 1st down marker. Will Lee with the big wrap-up tackle.
These linebackers flying all over the place. Coleman able to give it to his dynamic receiver, Mike Bass. Mason and miss. Will Lee stepping up big. Greg Williams, the leader of this defense, goes down, and just harping on this Auburn Tigers defensive depth. Will Lee stepping up, the senior, playing a big role in this Auburn defense so far.
So the Red Devils will bring out the special teams unit here. Gonna boot this one away on 4th and 2. That's a decent punt there. Gonna be returnable for Cash Reef. He's gonna try to return this one. Has green grass in front of him, and he's gonna be brought down near the 30-yard line as those Red Devils defenders were able to get on top of him. So Auburn's offense coming out quickly here. Another 2-minute drive from the Red Devils. So Casey Myers, we're gonna get to see him again. Auburn stalled on that drive to start the second half. But James, what does Auburn need to do to start moving this ball and possibly get up on the board?
Yeah, Myers has got to get into a rhythm, you know. These quick passes we've seen to Askew, Antonio Welch, Jaden King, we need to get those going. The jet sweeps, maybe even let Casey Myers run a little bit, but we need a spark for this Auburn offense. Maybe it's a big play downfield to Levi Kelly or Cash Reef. We just need a big spark here. It's going to come down to the play calling. But
Myers going to draw back here. He's going to throw it to Cash Reef. Cash Reef going to make a man miss to the 40. Going to make another man miss. He's going to be brought down near midfield. And Cash Reef gets the first down for the Tigers.
Yeah, that's all reliable Cash Reef before. Great route running, Cash Reef. Sheds a tackle, gets upfield. Hopes to get this Auburn offense rolling in this third quarter.
Yeah, Jeremiah Moore made a great tackle there at the end. Could have avoided a longer play. There's going to be a jet sweep here down the sideline. And there is going to be a flag in the backfield. Maybe a holding call, but Joshua Askew runs it near first down territory, but looks like there will be a flag in the backfield. Cash Reef throwing his hands up in the air, so looks like it will be a holding on Auburn.
Yeah, this play might be coming back, but those are the play calls you want to see. Getting the ball to your playmakers. Keep the momentum up. Get Casey Myers in the groove, but yeah, you see motion, Askew. Yeah, I don't know if they should have thrown that flag. Looks like Cash Reef got a little handsy. I don't know. Kind of a sloppy call there from the officials.
Yeah, so 2nd and 16 here for the Tigers. Move back behind midfield. But we'll see if Myers can adjust and possibly get the Tigers back near the first down marker. It's actually going to be 1st and 16 here. And Myers going to fake the handoff here. He's going to roll out. Myers trying to throw this one, but he's going to be brought down. And there's a flag in the backfield. We'll see who that is on. Casey Myers takes a sack. And you don't want to do that if you're Casey Myers. And it will be a holding call against the Tigers yet again. But if you're Patrick Nix, you're probably just going to decline that penalty.
Yeah, Jeremiah Moore, great job pursuing Casey Myers throughout the end of the play. Wasn't able to find anybody downfield. Rolls out left. I don't know if that was designed or not. Yeah, takes a sack, and this Auburn offense faced with a 3rd and 26. Just not great. Excuse me, 2nd down.
Yeah, so a long 2nd down here for the Tigers. At least it is 2nd down, so Auburn still has a chance to get back towards the first down marker, maybe make something out of this drive. And Myers going to fake the handoff here. Myers going to throw this one to Cash Reef, but Cash Reef going to be brought down. Huge hit from the Red Devils there.
Brennan Core again, the middle linebacker. Just blowing up that play. Cash Reef coming across the middle. Core just laying the wood from Cash Reef. Sets up a 3rd and long for this Tigers offense on the ropes yet again. Just can't find anything.
Yeah, 3rd and 26 right there. And Auburn trying to get on the board here in this third quarter. Still plenty of time, down 10-0. It looks like they will gain a yard, actually, 3rd and 25. But, yeah, the Tigers still trying to get on the board in this third quarter, and Myers going to have to do something. Hampton Jordan, man in motion. And it looks like it will be a timeout. Coach Etheridge not happy with this Tigers offense right now with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. You don't want to waste this much time, already in the second half. You want to try to score as quick as you can. But so far, Central's defense has been able to force some stops, and it's been a slugfest. Now we're going to take a live look in here to some of these region games, also non-region games that are big. And you see Thompson only up 3 to Hewitt Trustful. Big game there, big playoff implications. And Hewitt's 6-0 on the season so far, James. I mean, a great start to the season for the Huskies. You see Smith Station up against Jag 28-6, and then Opelika and Dothan a 1-point game nearing the fourth quarter, 14-13 in Opelika. They're gonna get back to the action here. Auburn faced with a 3rd and really long. Myers empty back there. And Myers going to drop back, going to step up in the pocket. Myers going to make a few men miss, and he's going to fumble the ball, and it's going to be picked up by the Red Devils. Casey Myers gets stripped from behind, and the Red Devils will capitalize off another turnover.
goodness. This Central defensive line is tearing up Auburn's offensive line. Tristan Lyles got back there quick, and his brother, Aiden Lyles, was able to strip the sack. See here, number 9. Tristan Lyles getting back there so quick. And then Aiden Lyles punching it out. Central defense stepping up. Second turnover on the night for Casey Myers. Sets Central up in a good field position. Just not what you want to see from this Auburn Tigers offense.
Yeah, but so far the Tigers defense has been able to come up with some big stops, so they really got to do it here against this Red Devils offense, and we'll see what they can do. Central starting in great field position, though, about the 33-yard line. Coleman trying to get the play from sideline there. Got to hurry up here. Clock's winding down. Coleman going to drop back. Has no pressure. And going to find a man open in the middle. And he's going to go up near the 20-yard line. Looks like maybe the 18. Great catch there from the Red Devils. Octavius Slayton with the catch.
AC here. Coleman. Time in the pocket. Great ball to Slayton.
Yeah, this Auburn defense, you wonder now, is it that time where they start getting worn out since they've been out there so much? I mean, Auburn's offense, the lack of consistency on the drives has just been very bad. But Coleman going to run out to the side there, and he's just going to take a loss there. You saw Carnell Jackson behind him.
Yeah, that's that fumbled snap we were talking about, Reese. Low snap. Coleman wasn't able to handle it. Carnell Jackson hurries him out of the pocket.
Yeah, good awareness there by Bobby Coleman, or that could have been bad. Auburn could have gotten the ball back really quick, but Central is going to take a loss there, so it will be 2nd and 12.
Auburn really needs a turnover here if they want to switch the momentum. Be huge. I've done it all season. BJ McGee leading the team in interceptions. Had 2 last week.
Coleman going to find a wide open receiver. Going to make a few men miss. And he's going to go into the end zone. It's going to be a touchdown for the Red Devils. They extend their lead 16-0. Huge touchdown from the Central Red Devils. Braylon Everett, the freshman, gets the Red Devils up 16.
Yeah, you see Braylon Everett here. Wide open in the middle field. Really quick. 6th receiving touchdown on the season. Red Devils extend their lead off another Auburn turnover. Just punching the life out of this Auburn defense.
Yeah, 4 catches last week. And gets a touchdown this week, and that PAT is up and through. So Central up 17-0 here in the 3rd quarter, and Auburn has no answers for some mistakes that have really haunted Auburn in this game. And if Auburn wants to come back, they still have plenty of time. 17 points, they're only down, and 2 quarters left to go. So Coach Ether's going to have to get that offense together and make some plays.
Yeah, not out of this one yet. But definitely has got to rally the offense together. Sustained drive. You got to go score here. Need a big play. Casey Myers has got to step up. One of these big-time lights. You see here, Opelika also struggling. 4th quarter, only down 1.
Yeah, Opelika trying to get a little bit of a higher seed in the playoffs tonight if they win this game.
I'm Joshua Askew. If this is a return of the ball, I think I might take this one out.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, James, when this game started, Auburn has struggled against Central the past few years. Like you said, last regular season win 2013 for Auburn against the Red Devils. So that one's going to be kicked away. Will be returnable, so we'll get to see potentially a return here. Going to make a few men miss. Askew going to cut up field near the 20-yard line, but going to be brought down. And we're going to see Auburn's offense come back out here yet again. No answers for Auburn's offense so far. 0 points put up through 2.5 quarters of play. And this Auburn team got to capitalize here to start this new drive.
Yeah, we got to give Casey Myers time in the pocket. When we give him time, he's able to deliver good balls to these receivers, but it all starts with the offensive line. A quick score here would be great.
Myers is going to fake the handoff here. Or no, he's going to actually hand this one off. And going to gain a few yards is Jaden King.
Some jawing going on between Central and this offensive line.
Yeah, can't be doing that if you're Auburn. You know, could be a penalty, and you don't want that. So 2nd and 7, he did gain 3. Jaden King gained 3 on that one. Myers going to draw back here. He's going to punt fake. He's going to throw this one downfield. There will be a pass interference. It looks like Cash Reef basically gets shoved out of bounds. So this could be big for Auburn.
Yeah, that's Tony Arnett out there guarding Cash Reef. Just basically pushes him out of bounds. That's going to get the flag every single time.
Yeah, and a guy like Arnett, a veteran on this Central team, a commit, Liberty, can't be making those crucial mistakes in this game. So it will be a pass interference, and Auburn going to move pretty far in this penalty here. So it's going to move to about the 35-yard line, and Auburn really has to capitalize off this penalty.
Yeah, I'd love to see a shot downfield to Welcher. Askew.
Going to fake the handoff, fake the pitch, and Myers going to go up the middle for a few yards. Going to break a few tackles. He's going to be brought down near the 50-yard line, and Auburn looks like going to hopefully run the hurry up here. Myers trying to get his team together.
Great read by Myers. Faking the pitch here. Sees a huge hole, pulls the guards around. Hampton Jordan and Tucker Aubin able to pick up big blocks. Myers taking some hits. First down, Tigers.
Myers going to drop back, has pressure. He's going to roll out. Myers going to make a man miss. Myers is just going to try to take this one. He's going to throw this one downfield, and it's out of bounds. Great awareness by Casey Myers. Was going to run the ball upfield, but just decided to throw it away.
My goodness, just taking some big hits tonight is Myers. See him hobbling here a little bit. This Central Red Devils defense has really flustered him offensively. He's taking some big hits. Hoping to rebound here, though. Get a score.
And 2nd and 10 now for the Tigers right at midfield. Casey Myers trying to lead Auburn down the field to score after Central extended their lead 17-0. And Myers is going to hand this one off to King. King slips up, but gains a few there, maybe 3 or 4 on the gain. Now going to be a 3rd and medium for the Tigers. A little bit of jawing from the Central side of things. Brendan Core jawing with Karan King. And in motion, Hampton Jordan. 3rd and 8, so that gain did pick up 2. Myers going to draw back and throw here. He's going to find a man, but it's incomplete. Cash Reef has got really great coverage on him there. Tony Arnett makes up for his mistake on the penalty, and if you're Coach Etheridge here, what do you do? Do you go for it? And it looks like he's going to bring out the special teams unit. And, I mean, honestly, don't know if this is the best decision. Since you're down 17-0, your defense is wearing out. You might want to keep the offense on the field, but we'll see.
Yeah, also if you're Coach Etheridge, the only sign of life you've had so far in this game is the defense. Maybe trusting them to get a quick stop, maybe even a turnover. But this offense has just looked pitiful tonight. Can't get anything going.
And Daniel's going to punt this one away and is just going to go to the back of the end zone. It took a huge bounce. And now Central's offense going to come back out here yet again after scoring last drive. The first, actually not, I wouldn't say the first, because the last time we saw them score, they got it in great field position off the turnover, and then last drive they got it off another turnover. So Central really hasn't had one of those big drives that they've been able to go down the field and score. They've just gotten really fortunate with, a bounce here or there where the ball comes out or it's an interception. So it will be a 1st and 10 here for Bobby Coleman in the Central Red Devils offense. Five minutes to go here in the third quarter, and you wonder, Auburn still has a chance to win this game, but they have to do something. Coleman going to draw back to throw here, has pressure, finds a man wide open, and he's going to be brought down. Maybe extends his arm just enough to get over the plane. And we'll see where the official marks him. And it looks like waiting for the signal on first down. There might have been a flag in the backfield. We will see. And yes, there was a penalty in the backfield. Looks like a potential holding. So Central again starting off a drive with a holding call, or looks like a legal man down field call here. So another mistake from this Red Devils offense.
First down 15.
So 1st and 15 now for the Red Devils offense, deep in their own territory at the 15-yard line. Coleman gonna gonna hand this one off. He's gonna make a few men miss. Actually gonna keep making men miss, and he's gonna get the first down. Great run there from number 7, Donovan Crow. First time we've called his name tonight.
Yeah, lots of missed tackles in the backfield. Look how we had him for a loss of yardage there, but Donovan Crow making a second effort, breaking tackles, downfield, explosive speed.
And now 1st and 10 here for this Red Devils offense, and it's just looking like the Auburn defense is just worn out. They've been out there so much that you really don't know how much longer they can take it. Coleman gonna throw this one to the outside. It's gonna be caught, gonna go up the middle to the 50, to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, and it is a touchdown for the Red Devils. Huge score for Central, and that might put an exclamation point on this game. Braden Everett with the catch.
Yeah, Braylon Everett again, his second touchdown of the night. Little screen pass there. Just explosive speed, just beats out all the DBs in the secondary, and as you said, Reese, might have just been the exclamation point on this game. And big play there from Everett. That Coleman-Everett connection showing up big.
And now Central gonna attempt the PAT here to make it 24-0. And it is up and through, so it's 24-0 now. Central extends their lead, and like we said, James, this Tigers defense just, it looks like they're out of it.
Yeah, been on the field so much this game. This Tigers team, as we see here, replay of the touchdown, Everett just beating out every person on this Auburn Tigers defense, just sucking all the life that was left in this Tigers team. And Central just showing us why they're one of the powerhouses in 7A.
Yeah, you can see the fans now kind of maybe slowly exiting the stadium, as it looks like Auburn might drop this game to the Red Devils unless a miraculous comeback happens. If Auburn's offense is able to get going, then there's a chance.
Yeah, Reese, when you control the time of possession, usually the outcome is a win, and Central has definitely shown that tonight. Have absolutely dominated the time of possession. 5 3-and-outs for the Auburn Tigers offense, and that's not going to win a ball game.
So Central going to kick this one away here. And that one's just going to be kind of a squib kick. It's going to be returnable, but it's going to sail to the back of the end zone. So it will be a touchback. 4:01 in this third quarter. Auburn still has a chance. If you were able to score and go for 2, there's a potential you could score again and again and make it a tie game, but it's still, I mean, a long ways away from getting back in this game.
Starts with moving the ball down the field. Haven't seen much from this offense. Myers really struggling. Hats off to this Central defense. You know, giving up a ton of points against IMG last week. Giving up a lot of points throughout this whole season. Have not shut out an opponent yet, but it's looking like they might have their first shutout. Hopefully Auburn can get some points on the board, but this Central defense has done a heck of a job.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a timeout or something, some sort of conversation going on. It looks like Auburn just kind of trying to get a game plan going here for this drive.
First time the Tigers have trailed at home all season.
Yeah, and this Tigers team, I mean, tonight just kind of looked like the team we saw in that rough little stretch at the start of the season, the first game and that second game, and even in a little bit of the third game, we saw the offense wasn't able to put up the numbers they have been putting up recently, and we see it here again tonight. See a live look in now to the Thompson versus Hewitt Trustful game. Thompson up 20-12 against the Huskies. Trent Seaborn at quarterback. Casey Myers in the offense back out there once again. Myers going to drop back here, cannot find anybody open. Myers going to go up the middle, and he's going to be brought down. Looks like he'll gain a few yards. And there will be a penalty assessed after that. It looks like it's going to be an unsportsmanlike conduct against the Red Devils, so that will move Auburn to a first down.
Yeah, that's big. Marcus Price, the sophomore, called his name a couple times. It'll be his third tackle for a loss on the night, his first sack. But yeah, big rivalry, just some chirps at the end.
So Auburn going to move up. And like I said, James, I mean, Auburn not out of it yet. If the offense can do something to show life and score, this Auburn team could possibly get back in this game.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it quick if they want any hope.
That live look in there, Dothan and Opelika. Opelika forcing a stop with 2 minutes to go. Myers going to hand this one off to Jalen Huff. Huff going to go to the outside, and he's going to pick up a few yards there. So Auburn nearing enemy territory. It's going to be a second down and 8 here for the Tigers. Myers going to drop back. Going to find a man open. It's Cash Reef. Cash Reef going to try to make a few men miss. It looks like he will pick up the first down. Maybe we'll see the spot of the ball. And Cash Reef shaken up at the end of the play.
Number 4, Cash Reef.
And Auburn trying to hurry up here as this clock continues to run. And they will give him the first down. Cash Reef, like I said, shaken up at the end of that play, so hopefully he's okay. And Myers is going to do a QB draw up the middle, and he's getting nowhere. That Central defensive line right there. And first man on him, Marcus Price.
Yeah, Price again. I don't really like that play call. Myers already a little shaken up. QB draw hasn't worked all game. This Central defensive line has just not given Auburn anything.
So now time just ticking down here for Auburn to get back in this game, and I mean, Central's just hoping it continues.
Yeah, we definitely need some shots down the field.
2nd and 10 here. Myers gonna hand this one off to Antonio Welch. Antonio Welch gonna break a tackle, and he's going backward, and there's just a ton of Central defenders on him. And Welch is down a little bit, shaken up as well at the end, but able to get up.
Man, this Central defense that might have been a little overlooked coming into this game has proven us wrong. They have stepped up. Anything we try to throw at them, any trickery, jet sweeps, they are there.
So 3rd and long here for the Tigers. About 1 minute to go here in this third quarter. Now Hampton Jordan in motion. Myers going to drop back. He's going to set his feet. He's going to fire this one deep. And this one's going to be incomplete. Intended for Joshua Askew, but just out of his reach. So 4th and 13 now for the Tigers. Auburn going to have to go for this one. And it looks like actually they're going to bring out the special teams unit.
Offense just continuing to struggle. Haven't really had any downfield balls. You know, that was the key to the game coming in. Can we convert those explosive plays downfield that we've seen? And so far tonight we haven't.
Yeah, and you wonder right now if Coach Ether just kind of throwing in the white flag and just surrendering at this point after the Red Devils have just kind of slowly extended that lead here in the second half. Now Bobby Coleman and this Red Devils offense coming back out once again so far in the second half. Scored twice. Look great so far as this Red Devils offense, and Bobby Coleman's just been able to set his feet, been able to find his receivers downfield. The run game's really picked up, but also if you look at it, James, I really feel like this is all due to the fact that Auburn's defense is kind of just worn out. Because we saw in that first half, Auburn's defense put up a huge stand, but starting the second half just hasn't been able to.
Yeah, just a really fatigued defense, playing on their heels a little bit. Oh,
it's a fumble picked up by the Tigers. BJ McGee recovers the fumble, and that's going to be great field position starting for the Tigers, and there might be some momentum now on this Tigers sideline.
Hey, that's what we said. We needed a turnover in a big way, and BJ McGee once again, blitz, bad snap again. That's been the trouble for the Red Devils all night. McGee picks it up. We'll see if this Auburn Tigers offense can capitalize on that, but maybe the turning point in this game, giving us a little hope. BJ McGee doing a great job, heads up, jumping on that ball.
So now Auburn's offense coming back out after a quick break. Now 1:28 in this third quarter. If Auburn can score, there's still enough time to get back in this game if you go for two after a touchdown.
Yeah, I think bring Welch in motion, run that little jet sweep, read option play.
Myers going to just do a QB draw up the middle. Myers going to make a few men miss. Myers is continuing to push forward, and he's finally brought down. And it looks like it's going to be a fumble picked up by the Red Devils. The Red Devils are going to run this one back. It looks like they're going to run this one back for a touchdown. And he's got one man to beat to the 20, to the 10, to the end zone. The Red Devils score on the fumble.
My goodness. Tony Arnett stripping the football out, taking it 100 yards for the scoop and score. And right when we thought Auburn had life, Central takes that away. You see Myers is showing hard here. Don't know if they might have blown the whistle. If not, Central just tacks on to this lead.
Yeah,
turn it into a blowout.
Tony Welch, the last man there that almost got him, but just not able to. Let's see here at the end. Oh, he's down. I don't know. Maybe that ball does pop out at the end, but it looks like he's down.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. No replay, but see here, Myers.
That extra point up and through, so the Red Devils extend their lead 31-0 after maybe what could have been a controversial call, but we'll never know. I mean, obviously, like you said, no replay system, and Central just continuing this blowout.
My goodness, I mean, the turnovers have just been key in this game. Myers, that was his third turnover this game. All have resulted in a touchdown for the Red Devils, but man, see here the replay. Myers at the bottom of that pile. Don't know if the knee could have been down. Call in the field was a fumble recovery.
Yeah, it looks like right there at the end his knee is down.
I don't know. It looks like the ball might have been out. I think they might have gotten that one right.
Huge miscue for the Tigers. And that, I mean, like we said, could have gotten Auburn back in the game, but now I think it's this one. You might as well just hit the locker room right now because it's 31-0 and Auburn is just out of it.
Yeah, this part of the season, you really hate to see this, you know. Getting closer to the playoffs, nearing the playoffs. You want your best football right now, but Tigers just really struggling right now. And for the Red Devils, just hitting on all cylinders. Winning the turnover battle. Time possession is theirs. Bobby Coleman connected with his receivers late in this second half, but it's been all Red Devils.
Yeah, so going to be a touchback here for the Tigers. 1:07 in this third quarter. And yeah, it's all Central, 31-0. And you wonder now, will Auburn just rest Casey Myers and bring in the backup quarterback, J.D. Pate?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we still just try to get Myers going, you know, figure something out. Get some points on the board. Prevent a shutout. But got to switch something up. Got to start something.
So now it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Myers going to drop back. He's going to fire this one downfield. And it's going to be caught by B.J. Collins. B.J. Collins comes up with a big catch there to get the Tigers first down.
Yeah, great job by Myers, setting his feet in the pocket. Good ball. Could have been pass interference too, I think, but B.J. Collins, the junior, playing through the contact.
First and 10 here for the Tigers after great pass there by Myers. Myers going to run this one himself for a few yards up the middle. He's going to be brought down maybe 2 or 3 yards on that gain.
Myers on the carry. Tackle made by number 7, Ja'Cory Harper. Second down.
Now 2nd and 6, picked up 4 on that last carry. Wonder if this is going to be the last play of the third quarter, or was the last play of the third quarter. We'll see. Tony Welch in motion. Myers going to pitch this one out to Jaden King, and he's just going to run to his own man, Cash Reef, and the clock is ticking down. And that's going to do it for the end of the third quarter. Central up 31-0. It's all Central here in Duck Sanford Stadium. But don't go away, folks. As we come back, we'll have fourth quarter action between Auburn and Central.
And, you know, it is not looking the best for the Auburn Tigers right now. However, we got a lot of great games going on across the state. Opelika just took the lead on a 95-yard drive, a beautiful touchdown pass. The Bulldogs winning the dogfight against the Wolves, 21-14 right now. Clock ticking down. They still have, Dothan does have the ball. They're trying to drive down the field. Going over to Region 3, Thompson up pretty handily on Hewitt-Trussville. They had a 99-yard scoop and score touchdown to extend their lead there. Carver and Enterprise, Carver up big 43-7 late in the third quarter there in Enterprise. Enterprise looking like they're going to be on the outside looking in for the playoffs. Opelika just picked the ball off, and they're going to win that game. And we are back now. Reese and James will take for this fourth quarter as Auburn looks to prevent getting shut out for the first time in a long time.
For that update, we know some big region matchups going on tonight and some big playoff implications coming into the season. But Auburn right there, you saw Casey Myers taking a huge hit, now faced with a 3rd and 7 here in this fourth quarter. Looks like maybe the officials possibly meeting, maybe a holding call or roughing the passer. We'll see. Looks like maybe just figuring out spot of the ball. Yeah, this Auburn team tonight, James, just a lot of struggling things that have happened and just not been able to, really do anything.
Yeah, Reese, when you think about it, we just never were ever able to move the ball down the field. I mean, turnovers. Oh, another miscue here. High snap.
And Daniels just jumps on this one, and that's going to be a safety. I mean, like you said, James, just speaking of miscues, it feels like we're cursing this team every time we talk. 33-0 now. The Red Devils just extend their lead, and I mean, no words right now for this Tigers' miserable performance they've put up. And you really feel bad for a guy like Joseph Daniel. Lack of confidence this season, a lot of missed kicks, and then right there, the high snap, trying to get the ball out quick. About 1 second left on that clock, and then just an overhead snap. So Auburn going to be forced to come out on defense yet again, and Central just going to extend their lead.
Looks like Opelika's going to come out on top against Dothan.
Yes, a safety punt now for the Tigers. 33-0. I mean, it's not the best performance for Auburn tonight.
Yeah, Reese, just miscues just define this game tonight, I think, from turnovers to the high snap right there. And just not what you want to see from this Auburn offense.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of confidence going in this game, a lot of build-up momentum we felt like coming in this game, and Auburn just so many miscues in the second half to lead to that. Unfortunate, this will be a loss, and Central able to return this ball. He's going to go up the middle to the 50, to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, and the Red Devils just continue, and Woodhouse returns that kick all the way back on the safety punt, and Central's going to extend their lead. I believe now it's going to be 39-0.
My goodness, Woodhouse, we've seen it all night. Explosive dude. Looks like there's flags on the field.
Yeah, it looks like it will possibly be a block in the back here.
Holding on Central.
And you saw right here, great kickoff return, or great punt return here for Woodhouse, just to the 50 to 40. He was gone, but it looks like there was a block in the back.
First and 10 Central from the 47-yard line.
Central going to start off on offense here at the 45-yard line. So really interested to see what this offense will do for Central. So not 39-0, just going to be 33-0. Bobby Coleman going to hand this one off. And Woodhouse going to make a few men miss, going to go to the outside, still making men miss, and he's going to be brought down. He will pick up the first down there near the 40-yard line. And you wonder now, will Auburn start to bring in the reserves to, preserve some energy for this Tigers defense going into next week at Smith Station.
Hands on hips everywhere on this defense. I mean, just exhausted. This Central team has brought it to us tonight. Defense played great first half, stopping them. Comes to a point where maybe exhaustion plays into the factor of it. The Central offense has just hit on all cylinders.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned that earlier, James, in the second quarter, that there was a lot of hands on hips, and Bobby Coleman here going to go to the outside, going to be brought down. Huge tackle by Aiden Parker, but yeah, you mentioned that, James, how the hands on hips in the second quarter, and we looked into that, and Auburn just continuing to show why the defense is probably really tired, but they've played well tonight.
Yeah, you see right there, Aiden Parker, the leader, gets another sack on the night. He's really played great all night. Just showing heart till the end. Almost got the fumble recovery there.
It's now 2nd and 12 here for the Red Devils with about 9 minutes to go in this fourth quarter. And the clock going down near about second. Coleman trying to get it off, and he will not be able to. It's going to be, we'll see if it's a delay game or did Coach Nix get the timeout in time.
Looks like he was trying to signal it, but the refs didn't hear him.
So it will be a delay game. Central will move back 5 yards to 2nd and 17 now for the Red Devils.
Second down, 17.
Yeah, so 2nd and 17 now for Central. About 9 minutes to go here. Bobby Coleman still almost getting the ball off just in the nick of time. He's going to throw this one deep, and it's going to be tipped up, but nobody is there. Could have been intercepted. Logan Sirico was the closest man to that ball. It's going to be a 3rd and really long now. And it looks like there's a little bit of a scuffle at midfield now, or near the 30-yard line. So some players fighting. And you can see some frustration between both teams, just been mounting the entire game, and flags thrown.
Yeah, you know, big rivalry. These two of the biggest powerhouse football programs in Alabama. Tensions boiling over for the Tigers.
Yeah, you saw right there the Aiden Parker. Aiden Parker was fighting at the end of that play with Joshua Greenwood, the fullback / tight end. And they were just going at it. You see right there at the end of the replay, some blocking, but maybe some extra words in the blocks. And you see Greenwood kind of make a little bit of a dirty move at the end, just pinning him to the ground. And Aiden Parker trying to get up, but you see Greenwood just basically pinning him to the ground at the end of that play.
Offsetting penalties for personal fouls. Second down.
So this will move, or it will actually just keep the Red Devils there. I believe it was offsetting penalties. No, maybe no. Yeah, it looks like it was offsetting penalties, so they'll just redo the drive, or redo the down.
Like Central has all game, just controlling this clock. I would think Patrick Nix just going to try to run this one down.
It's actually going to
confusion right now.
Yeah, it looks like the chain's a little bit confusing, trying to move everything. And Coach Nix, I mean, great resume coming into Central. 59-13 as the head coach at Central. 6th season in Phoenix City, 34-4 in region play. Former Auburn University quarterback, so back home. And then obviously Bo Nix's dad, NFL player. Bo Nix with the Broncos, great player there. Did actually play for Auburn, and going to take a quick live look in now. Thompson trying to extend their lead against Hewitt-Trussville with Trent Seaborn. And Thompson looking for another win, looking for their 5th win on the season this year. And obviously, Coach Nix, the great resume for the Red Devils, won 3 state championships, 2 with Pinson Valley and 1 at Central.
Yeah, only 13 losses as the head coach of Central. Really good resume. Yeah, just a powerhouse program.
Another fumbled snap. Coleman going to run this one to the outside. Coleman going to look downfield, cannot find anybody. He's just going to throw this one out of bounds. He's actually going to be able to find somebody, but it looks like the officials will mark him out. Good awareness by Coleman after the fumbled snap. Yet again, we've seen a lot of that tonight. A little bit of quarterback miscommunication with the center.
This point in the game, I think the refs just need to keep the clock rolling.
Yeah, I mean, 33-0.
Yeah.
I think both teams kind of want to get out of here. Coach Nix wants to go home with his team with a win and, move on to next week. And we knew coming in this game, too, Central is no cupcake. I mean, they have been stellar this season. That IMG loss last week, I think, was just kind of a combination of some things. IMG just a really good team. Central is also a really great team, but IMG a lot better. They're kind of like a college team in high school, if you think about it.
Yeah, Central, one of the leaders in this region. Definitely could be seeing them again in the playoffs. It's like they're moving the ball forward. These Central players are taking it all in right now.
Yeah, it looks like it will be close to the first down. Now it looks like it will be 4th down, about 3 here, so maybe an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty at the end or roughing the pass or something like that. But 9 minutes to go here in this 4th quarter, and it's all Central. Looks like it will be a timeout from Coach Nix.
These Central coaches are not very happy with something.
Yeah, I believe it might have been at the end of the play. I don't know if there was a late hit or something. Coach Nix obviously not happy with the play calling or with the officiating. So it's going to be a 3rd down. And you see Jag is actually coming back against Smith Station now 35-26. The Jaguars trying to make a comeback to get their first win of the season and first region win of the season.
Yeah, both these teams looking for their first region win. Got to play Smith Station next week. Hoping to get their first region win, and the Tigers come to town. Still some confusion here in the Duck. Hoping just to get to the playoff, finish this game, and get out of here.
Yeah, and obviously the next game up at home is senior night, the Carver game. That's a big game too. But this looking to the upcoming schedule for Auburn, you have Smith Station next week, you have Carver for senior night, and you travel to Dothan. And I mean that's not an easy schedule. Smith Station, I know, might be the cakewalk, but those other 2 games, Carver and Dothan, 2 talented programs here in 7A, and I really feel like those could be closer games than a lot of people are expecting. These Auburn fans are expecting, and going into the next few weeks, Auburn's going to have to bring their A game.
Oh yeah, Reese, definitely. We're going to have to rebound from this game, fix some of the miscues. Quarterback play's got to step up like we've seen him this year. We know he's got that in him. Yet still a young kid growing, but as you said, we got Smith Station, Carver, and Dothan to finish the year.
And that's going to be incomplete. That was a deep pass for the Red Devils, but just not able to come up with it. And it's going to be, I think, a turnover on downs here.
Braylon Averitt there. Logan Sirico in coverage. Some pointing to the fingers, a little jawing action going on. Don't want to see that. Don't want any injuries. Don't want any fights to finish this game.
Yeah, it looks like Auburn's offense will come back out again. You might have a chance to see the backup quarterback, J.D. Pate, but it looks like cross lane will come out. Looks like Casey Myers going to come back out now. And now cross lane, I mean, tonight just has not been, or Casey Myers tonight has not been able to show up in big ways, but yeah, Casey Myers trying to rebound. I mean, like we said, the Smith Station game going into next week, I feel like will be a game that he can really, show out, get some good stats, and then hopefully bounce back against Carver and Dothan.
Yeah, we got to get.
But Casey Myers tonight has just not been good.
Yeah, we got to figure out this offense. We can figure out this offense. I think the defense, we got a great defense, strong defense. Greg Williams returning, but you see here, just can't really get these plays going. I mean, Joshua Askew, a great dynamic playmaker. We get the ball in his hands. We just can't seem to get plays downfield, get drives going. Haven't had one sustaining drive all game. Can't figure out the run game either.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, in case of Myers too, he's been, like we said, the past few weeks, he's been stellar playing against Moody, Jag, teams like that. He's been really good, but tonight against Central's just been able to bring that defensive line. You see right there, for example, the QB draw is one we've seen tonight for Casey Myers. He's just not been able to go up the middle and find those holes, and I really feel like that's something you got to adjust with the offensive line. And hey, I mean, we could beat the Central team again and beat them in the playoffs, but till then, I mean, Central owns us this season.
Yeah, they've had our number this game. As you said, we could see them again. It's hard to beat a team twice. Not the greatest game plan coming into this game for the offensive side. The defense played great. Miscues, as we've hit on plenty tonight, but just need to bounce back from this.
Yeah, hopefully Myers stays poised, and this is going to be 4th and 4 here. Myers is going to throw this one downfield, and it's going to be broken up by that Central secondary, but hopefully Myers, stays humble and poised after this game and is able to, continue what he did before this Central game. And honestly, in the first half, he made some pretty big plays, but like we said, this Central defense has just been all over it. I really credit Central's defense. They've been able to force stops against Casey Myers, who has had tons of talent coming into the season. I mean, we got him from Pike Road, Auburn did, and I really feel like he was a gem pick from Pike Road, but so far in this game just hasn't been outstanding.
Yeah, Myers just got to keep his head up. Athletic kid. We know he's got the talent. Just wasn't his game tonight. As you said, hats off to the Central defense, but just move forward from this game. Throw it out the window. Learn from our mistakes. Keep moving.
Coleman going to fire this one up the middle. Going to be caught and going to get a big first down, big play for the Red Devils offense. And Braden Brown with the catch.
This Central offense has just spread the wealth to all these different receivers, from Braylon Averett, Mike Bass, Braden Brown, Octavius Slayton, all over 4 receptions tonight. Just spreading the wealth. Bobby Coleman has done a great job of giving it to all these guys, and Patrick Nix has really got a squad this season.
Yeah, and, maybe a state championship squad yet again. I mean, Central has been there before. They know what it's like, and this program has been excellent under Patrick Nix. And this is going to be a one-on-one coverage here, but it's going to be an overthrow and incomplete. And you see Central still trying to score here. But, yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, this Auburn team going the next few weeks forward, 3 games left. You got to win those games. I mean, win all of them. And going into playoffs, too, after Halloween weekend. November starts playoff season, and then the road to state starts there. You're 0-0 when you start those playoffs. So if Auburn looks at it like that mentality, I really feel like this Tigers team will be able to maybe get things going again. Woodhouse goes up the middle to the 10-yard line. He's going to be brought down. It must be 3rd and 5. The clock's still running. And if you're Coach Nix, I don't know if you're going to try to score here. Maybe since you're close to the red zone, you will. But honestly, you probably want to get your boys out of here and with the win. But like we said, going into this game, this Tigers team banged up. Greg Williams out. Just a ton of players out. And a fumble on the snap. And Cardinal Jackson going to try to get to Bobby Coleman.
Oh, my goodness.
Huge hit at the end of that play. Bobby Coleman able to get up on his feet. And you see Bobby Coleman pointing to the scoreboard at the end of that play. Some jawing with Bobby Coleman and Elijah Scott.
My goodness, Elijah Scott just taking out all his frustration right there. Not the smartest play. You don't want to see that. You want to protect these players. But definitely a big hit on Bobby Coleman. But unfortunately, Central's going to get the last laugh on this one.
Yeah, so the Central Special Teams unit going to come out there now, trying to extend the lead 36-0 with about 5 minutes to play in this 4th quarter. that kick, see if it's up and through. It is up and through, so 36-0 now. The Red Devils extend their lead 36-0 and 5 minutes to go. And Auburn just no answers this game.
It's like Thompson's going to take a statement win, comeback win against Hewitt-Trustful, but
yeah,
continuing their dominance in
yeah,
7A.
Hewitt's still a pretty good team. They're going to fall to 6-1. Thompson going to go to 5-2. But yeah, Thompson it's a huge win at Hewitt-Trustful. And Smith Station and Jag 26-42 right now with 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. The Panthers trying to get their second win of the season. And now Central's special teams unit going to kick this one away. So far tonight, a few touchbacks, only one return, or actually 2 returns for the Tigers tonight, but not able to get pretty far. The kickoff coverage has just been great tonight. Going to be kicked away here. It's going to be returnable, but looks like calls a fair catch, and it's going to be a touchback. So 5:35 to go in this game. And we'll see if Case Myers is going to come back out there. And James, is this a good decision by Coach Estrich to bring Case Myers out there? Or?
Yeah, I think you got to. You know, we haven't seen anything from Case Myers today. You got to get that momentum up. You know he's better than this. Drop some play calls, something into next week. Just haven't seen anything. Can't get shut out on your home turf. You know, that's not a great look, but definitely got to keep Casey Myers out there. Keep it going. Something on this leaderboard for next week.
Yeah, Myers still out there. 5 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. And like you said, running clock. I mean, I don't know why they're not doing that yet, but Myers going to fire up the middle. He's going to have a man wide open. That's going to be Cash Reef. Cash Reef going to pick up the first down on that catch.
Great little route by Cash Reef. Little skinny post. Getting separation. Myers throwing a great ball to Cash Reef. It's definitely the best ball we've seen tonight. Case Myers.
Now Myers going to throw this one to the outside here. Going to be caught by Levi Kelly. First time we've heard his name tonight. Had a decent game last week against Moody, but Levi Kelly finally gets his first reception here in the fourth quarter. And you mentioned Levi Kelly, James, on our pregame show, HS Countdown. You said that you wanted to see him get the ball more.
Yeah, Levi Kelly catching his first touchdown last week against Moody. Was hoping to carry that into this game, but really the Central defense has locked down our whole entire offense. Not been able to get the ball to anyone as we complete this quick little pass to Joshua Askew. But yeah, having Levi Kelly as another weapon outside would be very key, getting him going. But unfortunately not tonight, but hopefully for the rest of the season, we can get the ball to Levi Kelly.
Yeah, and you saw Casey Myers almost get body slammed at the end of that play, but able to avoid the slam, and Central's defender actually went down. 3rd and 5 here. Myers going to drop back. Going to throw this one deep to Antonio Welch, and it's going to be incomplete. Broken up yet again by Red Devils defender, number 29, Amari Law, with the coverage.
Yeah, it's a little 50-50 ball there from Myers. Amari Law doing a great job blocking up Antonio Welch, getting his hands up there, swatting down the ball, and yet another punt, stall drive, only 1 first down. Looks like this Tigers offense might get shut out.
Yeah, 4:02 to play here, and you wonder if Central, when they get the ball back, will just kind of run the clock out. And Joseph Daniel back there yet again for a punt. The last time the Tigers punted, it did not go well. Ended up in a safety.
Yeah, I don't know why we don't maybe just go for this one right here. Another penalty, delay of game, but just absolutely nothing really to talk about for this Auburn offense. Have not seen much. hats off to the Central defense as we hit on.
Yeah, and
really impressive tonight.
I think, like you said, we overlooked this during the week. We study film too as analysts, and we overlooked this Central defense. Giving up 20 points, 20-plus points in almost every matchup except this one. And Auburn just has no answers for this Red Devils defense, who came in here to prove something to the Alabama high school football world, that they have a defense and an offense.
First and 10 Central.
3 minutes, 54 seconds to go in this game. And see backup quarterback Abe Hatmaker out there for the Red Devils. Just going to bring him in. Last week, only 1 pass attempt, 0 yards against IMG Academy, but he's going to get a shot to come out here yet again against the Auburn Tigers.
Yeah, wasn't captain for tonight's game.
Oh, it's fumble snap, and he's going to be picked up by the Red Devils. Woodhouse able to pick that one up again. That's twice tonight. Woodhouse had to jump on top of the ball.
Yeah, that's about the 6th or 7th time tonight we've seen a fumble snap from this Central offense.
Maybe a 2nd down. And another fumble snap. And Woodhouse is going to be able to pick that one up. Now going to be a 3rd down. Be 3rd and 17 now for the Red Devils. And looks like a flag is on the field. And that will move the Red Devils back. But looks like the Tigers kind of bringing in some of the 2nd stringers, reserves, to save some energy for those defensive linemen that have had a pretty good night.
Yeah, but out there majority of the game.
So yeah, Central backed up deep in their own territory at the 9-ish or 10-ish yard line here. Clock continuing to run down. The Central probably just gonna run the ball and get this one over with.
3rd down, 26.
3rd and 26 now for the Red Devils, and gonna be a handoff. Woodhouse gonna go up the middle. Woodhouse gonna make a few men miss. Woodhouse continuing to go. I don't know if he got the 1st down. It looks like he will pick up that 1st down. Huge run for Ja'Shawn Woodhouse.
Yeah, he's had a great night tonight. This offensive line has been great the 2nd half. Woodhouse just hitting the hole. Showing that speed. Hit on all cylinders is this Red Devils offense tonight.
The clock ticking, continuing to tick, near 2 minutes now. Central still just dominating, even late in this 4th quarter. The Red Devils have trouble with the snap yet again. Hatmaker going to be able to find a receiver wide open near the 50-yard line. He is brought down. Will Lee with the tackle.
Fumbled the snap and was still able to complete the pass. It's a very angry Coach Keith Etheridge on the sideline, very frustrated. As we're moving towards what looks like a shutout at home for this Auburn Tigers team.
First shutout in a long time for this Tigers team. Clock just continuing to tick. Now Hatmaker going to hand this one off yet again. Woodhouse going to go to the outside. Flag is thrown, but he will be brought down by Alex Gamston.
Tackle made by number 25, Alex Gamston. There is a flag.
Flags on. Looks like a holding on the Red Devils.
Holding on the offense.
And I think for the refs, just let this game play out.
Yeah, honestly. Could have just waited to throw that flag. That's going to be a 2nd and 14 now. 2nd and 15 maybe for the Red Devils. So Hatmaker looking at the sideline for a play call here. Most likely going to be a run. All Central needs to do is just run it maybe once or twice, and this game will be over.
Yeah, Reese, as you said earlier, just really a statement win for this Red Devils team. You know, hats off to Patrick Nix and this coaching staff, able to bounce back after that big loss, coming back into region play and just dominating this game on all cylinders, picking up a big win and still undefeated in the region, moving to 6-1.
Third down.
And now that you see that clock just continuing to tick. .30 seconds now. And Central just got to run it about one more time, and this should do it for the game. Maybe another handoff here up the middle. And yeah, that's going to do it for the game. And you see the clock's just going to continue to run down. And like you mentioned, James, just not Auburn's night tonight. But folks, that is going to do it for Auburn and Central. Central takes the win 36-0 shutout at Duck Sanford Stadium. But we are going to send it to our studio, Trip Upton, with updates from the live look-in.
At the end of 4, Central 36, Auburn 0.
And that will do it for the game tonight. Auburn loses 36-0, and that is historical for all the wrong reasons. This is the first time the Tigers have been shut out since 2016. And looking at games since 2000, it's even more historical. This could be the worst loss in Auburn history since at least 2000. Opelika beat Auburn 31-0 in the year 2000 in the new millennium. I wasn't even born yet. And that is now that was the highly scored shutout until tonight. So not what we want to look at, but a lot of great scores across the state of Alabama tonight. We're going to pull some of these up right here. First, the Vestavia Hill Rebels, a team that Auburn played earlier in the season, won 54-28 against Prattville. That moves them into the 3rd spot in Region 3. Right now, they would be matched up with either Carver or Central, whoever wins that tiebreaker in Region 2. Thompson, the Warriors go on the road to Hewitt-Trussville and win a big game. Trent Seaborn was throwing some dimes out there, and they win it 34-12. We have some games still going on right now. Let's check in on these scores. First, Jag and Smith Station, both needing a win to at least stay alive. The loser eliminated from playoff contention. Smith Station currently leads 42-26 with under 2 minutes to go in that one. Opelika defeated Dothan on a late touchdown drive. They were down 13-14, and Dothan had the ball on the Opelika 1-yard line. They couldn't get the touchdown, and the Bulldogs drove the length of the field with a long touchdown pass at home to win it in Opelika, so that's big for the Bulldogs there. Carver, the Wolverines, go on the road and knock Enterprise, fully eliminating them from the playoffs. They win that one 49-14, and that is going to be all about it from what's been going on in the state of Alabama. There are some still games going on. I'm pulling those up right now, especially looking at teams in Mobile. And Huntsville Sparkman currently leads Bob Jones 29-26. That's a big game out in Region 4 in Huntsville. Guntersville leads Grissom 34-16 late in the 4th quarter as well. Hoover continuing their undefeated streak against Oak Mountain, trying to move to 24-0. They are up 41-21. Daphne getting some much-needed win over Davidson. They win 50-20, and Fairhope up on Foley. And that's going to be it from us here at Auburn High School. My name's Trip Upton. We had Reese Kinder and James Tibbins on the call. Thank you to our amazing control room, our amazing camera operators, our amazing executive producer, Jared Dillard. And we're going to be back in 2 weeks for senior night as Auburn takes on the Carver Montgomery Wolverines.